All right. So that first video I put of everything of Genesis, and I'm in the middle of Exodus right now because I haven't been doing this long. So I just wanted to take all of the ones that I've done and combine them into like a one video to get them over here. But typically how it goes is I just read a chapter, maybe a day, or if I got time, I'll do a couple. But and I just post up I post them up as I make them. So, but for right now, I'm just trying to get all this stuff to one side. So, yeah. All right. After Genesis is Exodus. This will be like looks like a page outline of what Exodus is about. So I'm going to read that real quick. Author, Moses. Date written around 1400 BC. Purpose, Exodus means going out. This is the book that records the deliverance of the Israelites from their slavery in Egypt, God unveiling his name, the dethroning of Egypt's false gods with the plagues, the Passover, the journey of Mount Sinai, God's desire to speak to everyone, the Ten Commandments, establishing the covenant, the revelation of the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, the people's sin in fashioning a golden calf, and Moses' intercession. This is the story of God as our deliverer, his longing to reveal himself as the one who desires to dwell in our midst, and our longing and challenge to know that. The journey begins with God coming to rescue and deliver us. Key verses. So I have come down to deliver them from the power of the Egyptians and to bring them up from the land to a good and spacious land, to a land flowing with milk and honey. Exodus 3:8. If you will give earnest heed to the voice of the Lord your God, and do what is right in his sight, and give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of the diseases on which I have put on the Egyptians. I'll read that again. If you will give earnest heed to the voice of the Lord your God, and do what is right in his sight, and give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases on you which I have put on the Egyptians. For I, the Lord, am your healer. Exodus 15:26. Thus the Lord used to speak to Moses face to face, just as a man speaks to his friend. When Moses returned to the camp, his servant Joshua, the son of Nun, a young man, would not depart from the tent. Exodus 33:11. Now therefore I pray you, if you have found favor in your sight, let me know your ways, that I may know you, so that I may find favor in your sight. Consider too that this nation is your people. Exodus 33:13. Key people: Moses, Pharaoh, Aaron, Miriam, Jethro, Joshua, Bezalel. All right. So, the second book of Moses, Exodus. Israel multiplies in Egypt. Exodus 1. Now these are the names of the sons of Israel who came to Egypt with Jacob. They came, each one with his household: Reuben, Simon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan, and Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. All the persons who came from the loins of Jacob were 70 in number, but Joseph was already in Egypt. Joseph died, and all his brothers, and all that generation. But the sons of Israel were fruitful and increased greatly, and multiplied and became exceedingly mighty, so that the land was filled with them. Now a new king arose over Egypt, who did not know Joseph. He said to his people, Behold, the people of the sons of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come, let us deal wisely with them, or else they will multiply, and in the event of war they will also join themselves to those who hate us and fight against us and depart from the land. So they appointed taskmasters over them to afflict them with hard labor, and they built for Pharaoh storage cities, Pithom and Ramesses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied, and the more they spread out, so that they were in dread of the sons of Israel. The Egyptians compelled the sons of Israel to labor rigorously, and they made their lives bitter with hard labor in mortar and bricks, and at all kinds of labor in the field, and all their labors which they righteously imposed on them. Then the king of Egypt spoke to the Hebrews' midwives, one of whom was named Shiphrah, and the other was named Puah. And he said, when you are helping the Hebrew woman to give birth, and see them upon the birth stool, if it is a son, then you shall put him to death. But if it is a daughter, then she shall live. But the midwives feared God, and did not do as the king of Egypt had commanded them, but let the boys live. So the king of Egypt called for the midwives and said to them, why have you done this thing, and let the boys live? The midwives said to Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are vigorous and give birth before the midwife can get to them. So God was good to the midwives, and the people multiplied and became very mighty. Because the midwives feared God, he established households for them. Then Pharaoh commanded all his people, saying, every son who is born you are to cast into the Nile, and every daughter you are to keep alive. The birth of Moses, Exodus 2. Now a man from the house of Levi went and married a daughter of Levi. The woman conceived and bore a son, and when she saw that he was beautiful, she hid him for 3 months. But when she could hide him no longer, she got him a wicker basket and covered it over with tar and pitch. Then she put the child into it and set it among the reeds by the bank of the Nile. His sister stood at a distance to find out what would happen to him. The daughter of Pharaoh came down to bathe at the Nile with her maidens walking along the Nile, and she saw the basket among the reeds and sent her maid, and she brought it to her. When she opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the boy was crying. And she had pity on him and said, this is one of the Hebrews' children. Then his sister said to Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go and call a nurse for you from the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for you? Pharaoh's daughter said to her, go ahead. So the girl went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, take this child away and nurse him for me, and I will give you your wages. So the woman took the child and nursed him. The child grew, and she brought him to the Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she named him Moses, and said, because I drew him out of the water. Now it came about in those days, when Moses had grown up, that he went out to his brethren and looked on their hard labors, and he saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his brethren. So he looked this way and that, and when he saw there was no one around, he struck down the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. He went out the next day, and behold, 2 Hebrews were fighting with each other, and he said to the offender, why are you striking your companion? But he said, who made you a prince or a judge over us? Are you intending to kill me as you killed the Egyptian? Then Moses was afraid and said, surely the matter has become known. Moses escapes to Midian. 15. When Pharaoh heard of this matter, he tried to kill Moses. But Moses fled from the presence of Pharaoh and settled in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came to draw water and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. Then the shepherds came and drove them away, but Moses stood up and helped them and watered their flock. When they came to Reuel, their father, he said, why have you come back so soon today? So they said, an Egyptian delivered us from the hand of the shepherds, and what is more, he even drew the water for us and watered the flock. He said to his daughters, where is he then? Why is it that you have left the man behind? Invite him to have something to eat. Moses was willing to dwell with the man, and he gave his daughter Zipporah to Moses. Then she gave birth to a son, and he named him Gershom, for he said, I have been a sojourner in a foreign land. Now it came about in the course of those many days that the king of Egypt died, and the sons of Israel sighed because of the bondage, and they cried out, and their cry for help because of their bondage rose up to God. So God heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God saw the sons of Israel, and God took notice of them. That's it. All right. American slavery, the beginning of the end. At the time of the American founding, slavery had become a largely regional issue. Generally, those in the northern colonies strongly opposed it, those in the southern colonies strongly supported it, and those in the middle colonies contained segments of population representing both views. At the Constitutional Convention, the majority of the founding fathers were anti-slavery, but in a concession to include the southern states in the new United States, slavery was not abolished by the U.S. Constitution, even though delegates such as George Mason of Virginia had urged. As much as I value a union of all the states, I would not admit the southern states into the union unless they agreed to the discontinuance of the disgraceful trade slavery. Mason's view did not prevail, but because the overwhelming majority of the delegates did recognize that slavery was wrong, Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution therefore included a provision allowing Congress to ban the importation of all slaves after the year 1808. At the Constitutional Convention, it was believed that within 20 years, the southern states would be ready to relinquish slavery, and this law would pave the way. In the meantime, Congress did what it could to limit slavery. In 1789, it banned slavery in the Northwest Territory, thus admitting Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin into the United States as anti-slavery states. In 1794, it banned the exportation of slaves out of the United States into any other nation. Then in 1807, as the long-awaited constitutionally designed year drew near, Congress passed a measure banning the importation of any slaves into America, and President Thomas Jefferson promptly signed the law that, as permitted by the Constitution, would take effect the first moment of 1808. On that momentous day, January 1st, 1808, a famous sermon was delivered by the Reverend Absalom Jones, America's first black Episcopalian priest, in Philadelphia at the African Episcopal Church of St. Thomas. Significantly, that church was built under the leadership of Jones, as well as signer of the Declaration, Benjamin Rush, a founder of America's first abolitionist society, and the Reverend Richard Allen, a famous black minister who regularly preached at a large white megachurch before he started his famous Bethel Church and birthed the AME denomination. Jones's sermon was powerful, and he began it with Exodus 3:7-8. And the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows, and I am come down to deliver them. These words, my brethren, contain a short account of some of the circumstances which preceded the deliverance of the children of Israel from their captivity and bondage. They mention in the first place their affliction. Our text mentions in the second place that this is the situation they were not forgotten by the God of their fathers and the Father of the human race. Our text tells us that he saw their affliction and heard their cry, and came down from heaven in his own person in order to deliver them. The God of heaven and earth is the same yesterday and today and forever. Hebrews 13:8. He has seen the affliction of our countrymen with an eye of pity. He has seen the anguish which has taken place when parents have been torn from their children, and children from their parents, and conveyed with their hands and feet bound in fetters on board of ships prepared to receive them. He has seen them exposed for sale like horses and cattle upon the wharves. Their cries and shrieks they have been heard in heaven. The ears of Jehovah have been constantly open to them. He has heard the prayers that have ascended from the hearts of his people, and he has, as in the case of his ancient and chosen people, the Jews, come down to deliver our suffering countrymen from the hands of their oppressors. He came down into the Congress of the United States last winter when they passed a similar law, the operation of which commences on this happy day. Let the song of angels, which was first heard in the air at the birth of our Savior, Luke 2:13-14. He heard this day in our assembly. Let us sing songs unto him and talk of all his wondrous works. Psalm 105:2. Let the 1st of January, the day of abolition of the slave trade in our country, be set apart in every year as a day of public thanksgiving. And when they, our children, shall ask in time to come, saying, What mean the lessons, the psalms, the prayers, and the praises in the worship of this day? Exodus 12:26-27, Joshua 4:6-7, Deuteronomy 6:20-25. Let us answer them by saying, The Lord, on the day of which this is the anniversary, abolished the trade which dragged your fathers from their native country and sold them as bondmen in America. From that day in 1808 until the complete abolition of slavery by Congress, with its passage of the 13th Amendment in 1865, the first day of January was annually celebrated in black churches as a day of thanksgiving to God. Okay, Exodus 3, the burning bush. Now Moses was pasturing the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the west side of the wilderness and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. The angel of the Lord appeared to him in a blazing fire from the midst of a bush, and he looked, and behold, the bush was burning with fire, yet the bush was not consumed. So Moses said, I must turn aside now and see this marvelous sight, why the bush is not burned up. When the Lord saw that he turned aside to look, God called to him from the midst of the bush and said, Moses, Moses. And he said, Here I am. Then he said, Do not come near here. Remove your sandals from your feet, for the place on which you are standing is holy ground. He also said, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Then Moses hid his face, and he was afraid to look at God. The Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt, and have given heed to their cry because of their taskmasters, for I am aware of their sufferings. So I have come down to deliver them from the power of the Egyptians, and to bring them up from the land to be good and spacious land, to a good and spacious land, to a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place of the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite. Now, behold, the cry of the sons of Israel has come to me. Furthermore, I have seen the oppression with which the Egyptians are oppressing them. The mission of Moses, Genesis 4:10. Therefore, come now, and I will send you to Pharaoh, so that you may bring my people, the sons of Israel, out of Egypt. But Moses said to God, Who am I, that I should go to Pharaoh, and that I should bring the sons of Israel out of Egypt? And he said, Certainly I will be with you, and this shall be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you shall worship God at this mountain. Then Moses said to God, Behold, I am going to the sons of Israel, and I will say to them, The God of your fathers has sent me to you. Now they may say to me, What is his name? What shall I say to them? God says to Moses, I am who I am. And he said, Thus you shall say to the sons of Israel, I am has sent me to you. God furthermore said to Moses, Thus you shall say to the sons of Israel, The Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial name to all generations. Go and gather the elders of Israel together and say to them, The Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, has appeared to me, saying, I am indeed concerned about you and what has been done to you in Egypt. So I said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt to the land of the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, to a land flowing with milk and honey. They will pay heed to what you say, and you, with the elders of Israel, will come to the king of Egypt, and you will say to him, The Lord, the God of the Hebrews, has met with us. So now, please, let us go a 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. But I know that the king of Egypt will not permit you to go, except under compulsion. So I will stretch out my hand and strike Egypt with all my miracles, which I shall do in the midst of it. And after that he will let you go. I will grant this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, and it shall be that when you go, you will not go empty-handed. But every woman shall ask of her neighbor and the woman who lives in her house articles of silver and articles of gold and clothing, and you will put them on your sons and daughters. Thus you will plunder the Egyptians. That's it. All right. Exodus 4. Moses given powers. Then Moses said, What if they will not believe in me or listen to what I say? For they may say, The Lord has not appeared to you. The Lord said to him, What is that in your hand? And he said, A staff. Then he said, Throw it on the ground. So he threw it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moses fled from it. But the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand and grasp it by its tail. So he stretched out his hand and caught it, and it became a staff in his hand, that they may believe that the Lord, the God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has appeared to you. The Lord furthermore said to him, Now put your hand into your bosom. So he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous like snow. Wow. Then he said, Put your hand into your bosom again. So he put his hand into his bosom again, and when he took it out his bosom, behold, it was restored like the rest of his flesh. If they will not believe you or heed the witness of the first sign, they may believe the witness of the last sign. But if they will not believe even these two signs or heed what you say, then you shall take some water from the Nile and pour it on the dry ground, and the water which you take from the Nile will become blood on the dry ground. Then Moses said to the Lord, Please, Lord, I have never been eloquent, neither recently, nor in the time past, nor since you have spoken to your servant, for I am slow of speech and slow of tongue. The Lord said to him, Who has made man's mouth? Or who makes him mute or deaf or seeing or blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now then go, and I, even I, will be with your mouth and teach you what you are to say. But he said, Please, Lord, now send the message by whomever you will. Exodus 14, Aaron to be Moses' mouthpiece. Then the anger of the Lord burned against Moses, and he said, Is there not your brother Aaron or Levite? I know that he speaks fluently, and moreover, behold, he is coming out to meet you. When he sees you, he will be glad in his heart. You are to speak to him and put the words in his mouth, and I, even I, will be with your mouth and his mouth, and I will teach you what you are to do. Moreover, he shall speak for you to the people, and he will be as a mouth for you, and you will be as God to him. You shall take in your hand this staff, with which you shall perform the signs. Then Moses departed and returned to Jethro, his father-in-law, and said to him, Please let me go, that I may return to my brethren who are in Egypt and see if they are still alive. And Jethro said to Moses, Go in peace. Now the Lord said to Moses in Midian, Go back to Egypt, for all the men who were seeking your life are dead. So Moses took his wife and his sons and mounted them on a donkey and returned to the land of Egypt. Moses also took the staff of God in his hand. The Lord said to Moses, When you go back to Egypt, see that you perform before the Pharaoh all the wonders which I have put in your power, but I will harden his heart so that he will not let the people go. Then you shall say to Pharaoh, Thus says the Lord, Israel is my son, my firstborn. So I said to you, Let my son go, that he may serve me. But you have refused to let him go. Behold, I will kill your son, your firstborn. Now it came about at the lodging place on the way that the Lord met him and sought to put him to death. Then Zipporah took a flint and cut off her son's foreskin and threw it at Moses' feet and said, You are indeed a bridegroom of blood to me. So he let him alone. At that time she said, You are a bridegroom of blood because of the circumcision. Now the Lord said to Aaron, Go meet Moses in the wilderness. So he went and met him at the mountain of God and kissed him. Moses told Aaron all the words of the Lord with which he had sent him and all the signs that he had commanded him to do. Then Moses and Aaron went as assembled all the elders of the sons of Israel, and Aaron spoke all the words which the Lord had spoken to Moses. He then performed the signs in the sight of the people, so the people believed. And when they heard that the Lord was concerned about the sons of Israel and that he had seen their affliction, then they bowed low and worshipped. Let's do Exodus 5 too. Exodus 5, Israel's labor increased. And afterward Moses and Aaron came and said to Pharaoh, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, Let my people go, that they may celebrate a feast to me in the wilderness. But Pharaoh said, Who is the Lord that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and besides, I will not let Israel go. Then they said, The God of Hebrews has met with us. Please let us go a 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. Otherwise he will fall upon us with pestilence or with the sword. But the king of Egypt said to them, Moses and Aaron, why do you draw the people away from their work? Get back to your labors. Again Pharaoh said, Look, the people of the land are now many, and you would have them cease from their labors. So the same day Pharaoh commanded the taskmasters over the people and their foremen, saying, You are no longer to give the people straw to make brick as previously. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. But the quota of brick which they were making previously you shall impose on them. You are not to deduce any of it, because they are lazy. Therefore they cry out, Let us go and sacrifice to our God. Let the labor be heavier on the men, and let them work at it, so they will pay no attention to false words. So the taskmasters of the people and their foremen went out and spoke to the people, saying, Thus says Pharaoh, I am not going to give you any straw. You go and get straw for yourselves wherever you can find it, but none of your labor will be reduced. So the people scattered through all the land of Egypt to gather stubble and for straw. Taskmasters pressed them, saying, Complete your work quota, your daily amount, just as when you had straw. Moreover, the foremen of the sons of Israel, whom Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten and were asked, Why have you not completed your required amount either yesterday or today in making brick as previously? Then the foreman of the sons of Israel came and cried out to Pharaoh, saying, Why do you deal this way with your servants? There is no straw given to your servants, yet they keep saying to us, Make bricks. There is no straw given to your servants, yet they keep saying to us, Make bricks, and behold, your servants are being beaten, but is the fault of your own people. But he said, You are lazy, very lazy. Therefore you say, let us go and sacrifice to the Lord. So go now and work, for you will be given no straw, yet you must deliver the quota of bricks. The foreman of the sons of Israel saw that they were in trouble, because they were told, you must not deduce your daily amount of bricks. When they left Pharaoh's presence, they met Moses and Aaron as they were waiting for them. They said to them, may the Lord look upon you and judge you, for you have made us odious in Pharaoh's sight and in the sight of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to kill us. Then Moses returned to the Lord and said, O Lord, why have you brought harm to this people? Why did you ever send me? Ever since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done harm to this people, and you have not delivered your people at all. That's it.
All right, Exodus 6, God promises action. Then the Lord said to Moses, now you shall see what I will do to the Pharaoh, for under compulsion he will let them go, and under compulsion he will drive them out of his land. God spoke further to Moses and said to him, I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as God Almighty, but my name, Lord, I did not make myself known to them. I also established my covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan, the land in which they sojourned. Furthermore, I have heard the groanings of the sons of Israel, because the Egyptians are holding them in bondage, and I have remembered my covenant. Say, therefore, to the sons of Israel, I am the Lord, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians, and I will deliver you from their bondage. I will also redeem you with an outstretched arm with the great judgments. Then I will take you for my people, and I will be your God, and you shall know that I am Lord your God, who brought you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. I will bring you to the land which I swore to give to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and I will give it to you for a possession. I am the Lord. So Moses spoke thus to the sons of Israel, but they did not listen to Moses on account of their despondency and cruel bondage. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, go, tell Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to let the sons of Israel go out of his land. But Moses spoke before the Lord, saying, behold, the sons of Israel have not listened to me. How then will Pharaoh listen to me? For I am unskilled in speech. Then the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron and gave them a charge to the sons of Israel and the Pharaoh king of Egypt to bring the sons of Israel out of the land of Egypt. Exodus 6:14, the heads of Israel. These are the heads of their fathers' households. The sons of Reuben, Israel's firstborn, Hanok and Palu, Hezron and Carmi. These are the families of Reuben. The sons of Simon, Jemuel and Jamin, and Ohad, and Jachin, and Zohar, and Shaul, the sons of Canaanite women. These are the families of Simon. These are the names of the sons of Levi according to their generations: Gershon and Kohath and Merari, and the length of Levi's life was 137 years. The sons of Gershon, Libni and Shimi, according to their families. The sons of Kohath, the sons of Kohath, Amram, and Ishar, and Hebron, and Uzil, and the length of Kohath's life was 133 years. The sons of Merari, Mahali, and Mushi, these are the families of the Levites according to their generations. Amram married his father's sister Jochebed, and she bore him Aaron and Moses, and the length of Amram's life was 137 years. The sons of Izhar, Korah, and Nepheg, and Zikri. The sons of Uzziel, Mashal, and Elzaphan, and Sithri. Aaron married Elisheba, the daughter of Amminadab, the sister of Nahshon, and she bore Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. The sons of Korah, Asir, and Elkanah, and Abasaph. These are the families of the Korahites. Aaron's son Eleazar married one of the daughters of Putiel, and she bore him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers' households of the Levites according to their families. It was the same Aaron and Moses to whom the Lord said, "Bring out the sons of Israel from the land of Egypt according to their hosts." They were the ones who spoke to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, about bringing out the sons of Israel from Egypt. It was the same Moses and Aaron. Now it came about on the day when the Lord spoke to Moses in the land of Egypt, that the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "I am the Lord, speak to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, all that I speak to you." But Moses said before the Lord, "Behold, I am unskilled in speech. How then will Pharaoh listen to me?" That's it. All right. Waiting on this fire to get going. I think I'll do another one. Going to... What do we got? With that little thing. Exodus 7. I will stretch out my hand. Then the Lord said to Moses, "See, I make you as God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron shall be your prophet. You shall speak all that I command you, and your brother Aaron shall speak to Pharaoh, that he let the sons of Israel go out of his land. But I will harden Pharaoh's heart, that I may multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. When Pharaoh does not listen to you, then I will lay my hand on Egypt and bring out my hosts, my people, the sons of Israel, from the land of Egypt by great judgments. The Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord when I stretch out my hand on Egypt and bring out the sons of Israel from their midst." So Moses and Aaron did it, as the Lord commanded them. Thus they did. Moses was 80 years old and Aaron 83 when they spoke to Pharaoh. Genesis 6:8. Aaron's rod becomes a serpent. Now the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, "When Pharaoh speaks to you, saying, 'Work a miracle,' then you shall say to Aaron, 'Take your staff and throw it down before Pharaoh, that it may become a serpent.'" So Moses and Aaron come to Pharaoh, and thus they did just as the Lord had commanded, and Aaron threw his staff down before Pharaoh and his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called for the wise men and the sorcerers, and they also, the magicians of Egypt, did the same with their secret arts. For each one threw down his staff, and they turned into serpents. But Aaron's staff swallowed up their staffs. Yet Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he did not listen to them, as the Lord had said. Exodus 6:14. Water is turned to blood. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Pharaoh's heart is stubborn. He refuses to let the people go. Go to Pharaoh in the morning as he is going out to the water, and station yourself to meet him on the bank of the Nile, and you shall take in your hand the staff that was turned into a serpent. You shall say to him, 'The Lord, the God of the Hebrews, sent me to you, saying, Let my people go, and that they may serve me in the wilderness. But behold, you have not listened until now. Thus says the Lord, by this you shall know that I am the Lord. Behold, I will strike the water that is in the Nile with the staff that is in my hand, and it will be turned to blood. The fish that are in the Nile will die, and the Nile will become foul, and the Egyptians will find difficulty in drinking water from the Nile." Then the Lord said to Moses, Say to Aaron, take your staff and stretch out your hand over the waters of Egypt, over the rivers, over the streams, and over their pools, and over all their reservoirs of water, that they may become blood, and there will be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. So Moses and Aaron did even as the Lord had commanded, and he lifted up the staff and struck the water that was in the Nile, in the sight of Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants, and all the water that was in the Nile was turned to blood. The fish that were in the Nile died, and the Nile became foul, so that the Egyptians could not drink water from the Nile. And the blood was through all the land of Egypt. But the magicians of Egypt did the same with their secret arts. The Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he did not listen to them, as the Lord had said. Then the Pharaoh turned and went into his house with no concern even for this. So all the Egyptians dug around the Nile for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the Nile. 7 days passed after the Lord had struck the Nile. And that's it. Y'all are going to have to forgive me because I have no idea where the hell to put this camera. So, Exodus 8, frogs over the land. Then the Lord said to Moses, go to the Pharaoh and say to him, thus says the Lord, let my people go, and they may serve me. But if you refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite your whole territory with frogs. The Nile will swarm with frogs, which will come up and go into your house and into your bedroom and on your bed and into the houses of your servants and on your people and into your ovens and into your kneading bowls. So the frogs will come up, and you and your people and all your servants. Then the Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron, stretch out your hand with your staff over the rivers, over the streams, and over the pools, and make frogs come up from the land of Egypt. So Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. The magicians did the same with their secret arts, making frogs come up from the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, entreat the Lord that he remove the frogs from me and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may sacrifice to the Lord. Moses said to Pharaoh, the honor is yours to tell me, when shall I entreat for you and your servants and your people, that the frogs be destroyed, and you and your houses, that they may be left only in the Nile? Then he said, tomorrow. So he said, may it be according to your word, that you may know that there is no one like the Lord our God. The frogs will depart from you and your houses and your servants and your people. They will be left only in the Nile. Then Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, and Moses cried to the Lord concerning the frogs, which he had inflicted upon Pharaoh. The Lord, according to the word of Moses, and the frogs died out of the houses, the courts, and the fields. So they piled them in heaps, and the land became foul. But when Pharaoh saw that there was relief, he hardened his heart and did not listen to them, as the Lord had said. Exodus 8:16, the plague of insects. Then the Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron, stretch out your staff and strike the dust of the earth, that it may become gnats through all the land of Egypt. They did so, and Aaron stretched out his hand with his staff and struck the dust of the earth, and there were gnats on man and beast. All the dust of the earth became gnats through all the land of Egypt. The magicians tried with their secret arts to bring forth gnats, but they could not. So there were gnats on man and beast. Then the magicians said to Pharaoh, this is the finger of God. But Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he did not listen to them, as the Lord had said. Now the Lord said to Moses, rise early in the morning and present yourself before Pharaoh, as he comes out to the water, and say to him, thus says the Lord, let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you do not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies on you, and on your servants, and on your people, and into your houses, and the houses of the Egyptians will be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground on which they dwell. But on that day I will set apart the land of Goshen, where my people are living, so that no swarms of flies will be there, in order that you may know that I, the Lord, am in the midst of the land. I will put a division between my people and your people. Tomorrow this sign will occur. Then the Lord did so. And there came great swarms of flies into the house of Pharaoh and the houses of his servants, and the land was laid waste because of the swarms of flies in the land of Egypt. Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, "Go sacrifice to your God within the land." But Moses said, "It is not right to do so, for we will sacrifice to our Lord our God what is an abomination to Egyptians. If we sacrifice what is an abomination to the Egyptians before their eyes, will they not then stone us? We must go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to the Lord our God as he commands us." Pharaoh said, "I will let you go, that you may sacrifice to the Lord your God in the wilderness, only you shall not go very far away. Make supplication for me." Then Moses said, "Behold, I am going out from you, and I shall make supplication to the Lord that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people tomorrow. Only do not let Pharaoh deal deceitfully again in not letting the people go to sacrifice to the Lord." So Moses went out from Pharaoh and made supplication to the Lord. The Lord did as Moses asked and removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. Not one remained. But Pharaoh hardened his heart this time also, and he did not let the people go. Exodus 9. Egyptian cattle die. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go to Pharaoh and speak to him. Thus says the Lord, the God of Hebrews, let my people go that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let them go and continue to hold them, behold, the hand of the Lord will come with a very severe pestilence on your livestock, which are in the field, on the horses, on the donkeys, on the camels, on the herds, and on the flocks. But the Lord will make a distinction between the livestock of Israel and the livestock of Egypt, so that nothing will die of all that belongs to the sons of Israel." The Lord set a definite time, saying, "Tomorrow the Lord will do this thing in the land." So the Lord did this thing on the next day, and all the livestock of Egypt died. But of the livestock of the sons of Israel, not one died. Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not even one of the livestock of Israel dead. But the heart of the Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. All right, Exodus 8:8, plague of boils. Wait, 9. Exodus 9:8, plague of boils. Then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Take yourselves handfuls of soot from a kiln, and let Moses throw it towards the sky in the sight of Pharaoh. It will become fine dust over all the land of Egypt, and will become boils breaking out with sores on man and beast through all the land of Egypt." So they took soot from the kiln and stood before Pharaoh. And Moses threw it towards the sky, and it became boils breaking out with sores on man and beast. The magicians could not stand before Moses because of the boils, for the boils were on the magicians as well as on all the Egyptians. And the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he did not listen to them, just as the Lord had spoken to Moses. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Rise up early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh and say to him, 'Thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, let my people go, that they may serve me. For this time I will send all my plagues on you and your servants and your people, so that you may know that there is no one like me in all the earth. For if by now I had put forth my hand and struck you and your people with pestilence, you would then have been cut off from earth. But indeed, for the reason I have allowed you to remain, in order to show you my power, and in order to proclaim my name through all the earth, still you exalt yourself against my people by not letting them go." Exodus 9:18, the plague of hail. "Behold, about this time tomorrow, I will send a very heavy hail, such as has not been seen in Egypt from the day it was founded until now. Now therefore bring your livestock and whatever you have in the field to safety. Every man and beast that is found in the field and is not brought home when the hail comes down on them, will die. The one among the servants of Pharaoh who feared the word of the Lord made his servants and his livestock flee into the houses, but he who paid no regard to the word of the Lord left his servants and his livestock in the field. Now the Lord said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand towards the sky, that hail may fall on the land of Egypt, on man and on beast and on every plant of the field throughout the land of Egypt." Moses stretched out his staff towards the sky, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and fire ran down to the earth. And the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. So there was hail and fire flashing continually in the midst of the hail, very severe. Such had not been in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. The hail struck all that was in the field through all the land of Egypt, both man and beast. The hail struck every plant of the field and shattered every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the sons of Israel were, there was no hail. Then Pharaoh sent for Moses and Aaron and said to them, "I have sinned this time. The Lord is the righteous one, and I and my people are the wicked ones. Make supplication to the Lord, for there has been enough of God's thunder and hail, and I will let you go, and you shall stay no longer." Moses said to him, "As soon as I go out of the city, I will spread out my hands to the Lord. The thunder will cease, and there will be hail no longer, that you may know that the earth is the Lord's. But as for you and your servants, I know that you do not yet fear the Lord God." Now the flax and the barley were ruined, for the barley was in the ear and the flax was in the bud. But the wheat and the spelt were not ruined, for they ripen late. All right. So Moses went out of the city from Pharaoh and spread out his hands to the Lord, and the thunder and the hail ceased, and the rain no longer poured on the earth. But when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunder had ceased, he sinned again and hardened his heart, he and his servants. Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he did not let the sons of Israel go, just as the Lord had spoken through Moses. That's it. All right. Exodus 10. The plague of locusts. 10. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go to Pharaoh, and I have hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, that I may perform these signs of mine among them, and that you may tell in the hearing of your son and of your grandson how I made a mockery of the Egyptians, and how I performed my signs among them, that you may know that I am the Lord." Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said to him, "Thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, how long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring locusts into your territory. They shall cover the surface of the land so that no one will be able to see the land. They will also eat the rest of what has escaped, what is left to you from the hail, and they will eat every tree which sprouts for you out of the field. Then your houses shall be filled, and the houses of your servants, and the houses of all the Egyptians, something which neither your fathers nor your grandfathers have seen, from the day that they came upon the earth until this day." And he turned and went out from Pharaoh. Pharaoh's servants said to him, "How long will this man be a snare to us? Let the men go, that they may serve the Lord their God. Do they not realize that Egypt is destroyed?" So Moses and Aaron were brought back to Pharaoh, and he said to them, "Go, serve the Lord your God, who are the ones that are going." Moses said, "We shall go with our young and our old, with our sons and our daughters, with our flocks and our herds, we shall go, for we must hold a feast to the Lord." Then he said to them, "Thus May the Lord be with you. If ever I let you and your little ones go, take heed, for evil is in your mind. Not so. Go now, the men among you, and serve the Lord, for that is what you desire. So they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. Then the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand over the land of Egypt, for the locusts. Wait a second. Then the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts, that they may end up on the land of Egypt and eat every plant of the land, even all that the hail has left. So Moses stretched out his staff over the land of Egypt, and the Lord directed an east wind on the land all that day and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. The locusts came up over all the land of Egypt and settled in all the territory of Egypt. They were very numerous. There had never been so many locusts, nor would there be so many again. For they covered the surface of the whole land, so that the land was darkened, and they ate every plant of the land and all the fruit of the trees that the hail had left. Thus nothing green was left on tree or plant of the field through all the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh hurriedly called for Moses and Aaron and said, I have sinned against the Lord your God and against you. Now therefore, please forgive my sin only this once, and make supplication to the Lord your God, that he would only remove this death from me. He went out from Pharaoh and made supplication to the Lord. So the Lord shifted the wind to a very strong west wind, which took up the locusts and drove them into the Red Sea. Not one locust was left in all the territory of Egypt, but the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he did not let the sons of Israel go. Darkness over the land. Genesis 10:21. Then the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand towards the sky, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even a darkness which may be felt. So Moses stretched out his hand towards the sky, and there was thick darkness in the land of Egypt for 3 days. They did not see one another, nor did anyone arise from his place for 3 days, but all the sons of Israel had light in their dwellings. Then Pharaoh called to Moses and said, go serve the Lord. Only let your flocks and your herds be detained, even your little ones may go with you. But Moses said, you must also let us have sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice them to the Lord our God. Therefore our livestock too shall go with us, not a hoof shall be left behind, for we shall take some of them to serve the Lord our God. And until we arrive there, we ourselves do not know with what we shall serve the Lord. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he was not willing to let them go. The Pharaoh said to him, get away from me, beware, do not see my face again, for in the day you shall see my face, you shall die. Moses said, you are right, I shall never see your face again. Exodus 11, the last plague. Now the Lord said to Moses, one more plague I will bring on the Pharaoh and on Egypt. After that he will let you go from here. When he lets you go, he will surely drive you out from here completely. Speak now in the hearing of the people, that each man ask from his neighbor and each woman from her neighbor for articles of silver and articles of gold. The Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Furthermore, the man Moses himself was greatly esteemed in the land of Egypt, both in the sight of Pharaoh's servants and in the sight of the people. Moses said, thus says the Lord, about midnight I am going out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die. From the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on his throne, even the firstborn of the slave girl who is behind the millstones, all the firstborn of the cattle as well. Moreover, there shall be a great cry in all the land of Egypt, such as there has not been before, and such as shall never be again. But against any of the sons of Israel a dog will not even bark, whether against man or beast, that you may understand how the Lord makes a distinction between Egypt and Israel. All these your servants will come down to me and bow themselves before me, saying, go out, you and all the people who follow you, and after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in hot anger. Then the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh will not listen to you, so that my wonders will be multiplied in the land of Egypt. Moses and Aaron performed all these wonders before Pharaoh, yet the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he did not let the sons of Israel go out of his land. That's it.
All right. Exodus 12, the Passover lamb. Now the Lord said to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, this month shall be the beginning of the months for you. It is to be the first month of the year for you. Speak to all the congregation of Israel, saying, 1/10 of this month they are each one to take a lamb for themselves according to their father's households, a lamb for each household. Now if the household is too small for a lamb, then he and his neighbors nearest to his house are to take one according to the number of persons in them. According to what each man should eat, you are to divide the lamb. Your lamb shall be an unblemished male, a year old. You may take it from the sheep or from the goats. You shall keep it until the 14th day of the same month. Then the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel is to kill it at twilight. Moreover, they shall take some of the blood and put it on the 2 doorsteps and on the lintel of the houses in which they eat. They shall eat the flesh the same night, roasted with fire, and they shall eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. Do not eat any of it raw or boiled at all with water, but rather roasted with fire, both its head and its legs, along with its entrails. And you shall not leave any of it over until morning, but whatever is left of it until morning you shall burn with fire. Now you shall eat it in this manner, with your loins girded, your sandals on your feet, and your staff in your hand, and you shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover. For I will go through the land of Egypt on that night, and will strike down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgments. I am the Lord. The blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you live, and when I see the blood I will pass over you, and no plague will befall you, to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. Exodus 12:14, Feast of Unleavened Bread. Now, this day will be a memorial. Exodus 12:14, Feast of Unleavened Bread. Now, this day will be a memorial to you, and you shall celebrate it as a feast to the to the Lord. Throughout your generations, you are to celebrate it as a permanent ordinance. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, but on the first day you shall remove leavens from your house. For whoever eats anything leavened from the first day until the 7th day, that person shall be cut off from Israel. On the first day you shall have a holy assembly, and another holy assembly on the 7th day. No work at all shall be done on them, except what must be eaten by every person. That alone may be prepared by you. You shall also observe the feast of unleavened bread, for on this very day I brought your hosts out of the land of Egypt. Therefore you shall observe this day through your generations as a permanent ordinance. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at evening, you shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month at evening. 7 days there shall be no leaven found in your houses, for whoever eats what is leavened, that person shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he is an alien or native of the land. You shall not eat anything leavened. In all your dwellings you shall eat unleavened bread. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said to them, Go and take for yourselves lambs according to your families, and slay the Passover lamb. You shall take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood which is in the basin, and apply some of the blood that is in the basin to the lintel and the 2 doorposts, and none of you shall go outside the door of his house until morning. Exodus 12:23, a memorial of redemption. For the Lord will pass through to smite the Egyptians, and when he sees the blood on the lintel and on the two doorposts, the Lord will pass over the door and will not allow the destroyer to come into your houses to smite you. And you shall observe this event as an ordinance for you and your children forever. When you enter the land which the Lord will give you, as he has promised, you shall observe this rite. And when your children say to you, "What does this rite mean to you?" you shall say, "It is a Passover sacrifice to the Lord, who passes over the houses of the sons of Israel in Egypt when he smote the Egyptians but spared our homes." And the people bowed low and worshipped. Then the sons of Israel went and did so, just as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron, so they did. Now it came about at midnight that the Lord struck all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on his throne to the firstborn of the captive who was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. Pharaoh arose in the night, he and all his servants and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was no home where there was not someone dead. Then he called for Moses and Aaron at night and said, "Rise up, get out from among my people, both you and the sons of Israel, and go worship the Lord. As you have said, take both your flocks and your herds, as you have said, and go and bless me also." Exodus 12:33, Exodus of Israel. The Egyptians urged the people to send them out of the land in haste, for they said, "We will all be dead." So the people took their dough before it was leavened, with their kneading bowls bound up in the clothes on their shoulders. Now the sons of Israel had done according to the word of Moses, for they had requested from the Egyptians article of silver and articles of gold and clothing. And the Lord had given the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they let them have their request. Thus they plundered the Egyptians. Now the sons of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Succoth, about 600,000 men on foot, aside from children. A mixed multitude also went up with them, along with flocks and herds, a very large number of livestock. A mixed multitude also went up with them, along with flocks and herds, a very large number of livestock. They baked the dough which they had brought out of Egypt into cakes of unleavened bread, for it had not become leavened since they were driven out of Egypt, and they could not delay, nor had they prepared any provisions for themselves. Now the time that the sons of Israel lived in Egypt was 430 years. And at the end of 430 years, to the very day, all the hosts of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt. Exodus 12:42, ordinance of the Passover. It is at night to be observed for the Lord, for having brought them out of the land of Egypt. This night is for the Lord to be observed by all the sons of Israel throughout their generations. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "This is the ordinance of the Passover. No foreigner is to eat of it, but every man's slave purchased with money after you have circumcised him, then he may eat of it. A sojourner or a hired servant shall not eat of it. It is to be eaten in a single house. You are not to bring forth any of the flesh outside of the house, nor are you to break any bone of it. All the congregation of Israel are to celebrate this. But if a stranger sojourns with you and celebrates the Passover to the Lord, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near to celebrate it. And he shall be like a native of the land, but no circumcised person may eat of it. The same law shall apply to the native as to the stranger who sojourns among you." Then all the sons of Israel did so. They did just as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron, And on that day, the Lord brought the sons of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their hosts. That's it. All right. Escape from tyranny, pilgrims, Puritans, and persecution. Persecution is nothing new, but coming into the late 16th century, the kings of Europe were in full attack mode, systematically annihilating those who dared to challenge their right to tyrannize and plunder, all in the name of God. There was a titanic struggle between the forces of tyranny and those seeking liberty. Millions, yes, millions, were dying in the 30-year War, 1618 to 1648, in Germany. King Philip II was killing and torturing thousands under the Spanish Inquisition, forcing Protestants to convert to Catholicism. The Dutch, refusing to give up their religious liberty, led a Protestant revolt in the Spanish Netherlands under William of Orange, but faced an all-out siege and near starvation that brought them to the brink of extinction in the process. In France, they were butchering French Huguenots by the tens of thousands. England had largely been the backwater of Europe for several centuries. Its people were, for the most part, ignorant, poor, and illiterate peasants, and its kings and queens controlling most of life. Yet in the 1560s and 1570s, a light shone in the darkness. After long years of the Bible having been banned in England, under the threat of being burned at the stake for ownership of a smuggled copy, the Bible had now been printed in English and put in every church. Preachers inspired and inflamed by the Reformation traveled through the land preaching directly from the Bible, and like a flame of fresh tinder, it caught fire. Individuals had their sins and ignorance revealed to them by the Word of God. The Reform had come to the British Isles. For the first time ever, the Bible was made available so that people could read it for themselves, and it became even more precious than their lives. This was God speaking to them. A grassroots freedom movement had been born, like no other in history then or since, beginning in English homes through the matchstick of liberty, the newly published Geneva Bible. Many of these new believers came to be called Puritans. They were passionate in their religious convictions and committed to the reformation of the Church of England, wanting to purify it from what they felt were empty and dead rituals. Others, convinced the Church of England was simply too corrupt to be reformed, believed the only real choice was to separate from it altogether. Splintering away from the Puritan movement, they became known derogatorily as separatists or dissenters. At this time, the Church of England was a creation of the state. Being a state-established church, headed by the king or queen, controlled in its corporation by state mandates, the church existed by permission of the civil government. If you lived or were born within a certain radius of the Church of England, you were automatically a member from birth till death and billed or tithed accordingly. This was to be the only church supported by taxpayers, and that was it. The government controlled the church, and the church controlled the people, which unfortunately had led to cruel tyranny and oppression on all sides. Queen Elizabeth may not have been a true friend of the rising tide of the Reform or the revival of Christianity throughout England, but for a while she tolerated much of its influence, and therefore it grew mightily among the people. With access to the scriptures to study for themselves, the people soon discovered that the true church was instituted by God and came into existence by a covenant among God's people. The entire Bible expresses this covenant relationship between God and man. However, wherever two or three are gathered together in Jesus' name, believers joined together in a covenant with God. He is in their midst, and a local church comes into existence. To the monarchy, the notion that biblical covenants form churches separate and distinct from the state was pure sedition and would not be tolerated. As such, in 1582, Queen Elizabeth had Parliament pass a severe law making it treason to worship even in homes, in any way other than through forced attendance at her government church. To the north in Scotland, they had hopes for a better outcome. The Reform had arranged for their heir to the throne, young James Stuart, to be tutored by the famed reformer George Buchanan. In spite of the turbulence of the monarchy, where his mother, Mary Queen of Scots, had conspired to kill his father, only to be beheaded herself by her dear cousin Elizabeth, the Queen of England, young James was being trained to rule Scotland according to the Bible. His astounding intellect and brilliant ability to write poems and dissertations in theology led many to believe James was indeed a child of the Reform. He was their hope of seeing a nation ruled as God intended. Nevertheless, as the Reform grew, so did the tensions. John Knox, the firebrand of the Reformation in Scotland, died in 1572. Despite their hopes for James becoming a righteous king, while his head was reformed in religion, his heart was lifted up in the pride of royal prerogatives and corrupted from the pampered life of a young man destined for the throne, power, and royal prestige. After his tutor, George Buchanan, died in 1582, James, at 16, was only too glad to have the last restraint upon his behavior and training removed. Instead of ruling the nation as God intended, spoiled with his every wish being granted, having accepted the government of Scotland when he was 12, James was deceived into thinking he actually led the nation and was well on his way to believing he had a divine right to tell others what to believe and how to live. The Black Acts of 1584 were enacted in Scotland, which set in motion profound negative precedents for England as well. These acts declared the King, James, head of the church in Scotland, where he had his council and civil government, would have total authority over the ecclesiastical church matters. Anyone who denied the tenets of the Black Acts was considered a traitor. The church could not even hold its own assemblies without permission of the crown. Ministers were forbidden to utter any false, untrue, or slanderous speeches, or to meddle in the affairs of His Highness and his estate. Had this tyranny been tried when John Knox was alive, it would have most assuredly had been met with instant revolt by the Reform in Scotland. Instead, disbelief and shock was the only response. Unchecked, tyranny spreads. Power corrupts, and we will soon see absolute power corrupts absolutely. In 1593, the contention under Queen Elizabeth reached the point where Parliament passed the Act Against Puritans, which stated individuals must conform to the Church of England or else leave the realm, forfeit their lands and goods to the crown, and a failure to abjure would be met with punishment by death. In 1604, shortly after James I assumed the throne upon Elizabeth's death, he was infuriated by Puritan requests for greater separations between church and state. Although King James could discuss the minuteness details of the Bible, including information about every book of the Apocrypha that most reformers thought should not be included in the canons of Scripture, he gained a reputation for pomp, illicit behavior in public and private, a foul mouth, and a lust for power and control so deep that he came to fully embrace his own invention, the divine right of kings, meaning that he believed God gave him the right to rule in any way he chose. January 16th, 1604, speaking of the Puritans at the Hampton Court Conference, having just screamed at the president of Corpus Christi College at Oxford, who had dared to reason with the king, James declared, "I will make them conform themselves or else harry them out of the land, or else do worse." Fortunately, he meant it and was obsessed with hunting down and destroying the most devout people in his land. Dissenters were no longer free to stay or leave. The die had been cast. James blasphemously declared himself to be almost God in the human flesh, having a divine right. so that his words were automatically to be considered inspired by the Holy Spirit. In fact, he even agreed to publish his own Bible, which would eventually have his name on it in 1611, in order to keep people from reading what he considered infernal Geneva Bible. His version would remain true to the biblical text, but he would widen the columns so as to do away with those reprehensible reformers' notes that dared to challenge his authority. Unwittingly, King James helped put into motion a people who would plant the spiritual heart of America. While tyranny was clamping down, God was busy knitting the hearts of a small band of worshipers both to himself and to one another. For 4 unsettled years at a small underground church gathered in secret at Scrooby Manor, a 40-room castle house for the postal riders in Nottinghamshire, halfway between London and Edinburgh, Scotland, William Brewster, who had served as a secretary to the Queen's Secretary of State and seen both the glamour and treachery of the royal court, was now the postmaster general in charge of Scrooby Manor and a secret separatist. Our secret band of believers was led by Reverend Richard Clifton, who had been banished from the Church of England, and Reverend John Robinson, the former dean at Cambridge University. The church met in secret to worship and study the Bible together by candlelight. Young teens were often placed on the street to warn of approaching authorities. If the church was discovered, it meant prison or death. Their very gathering was outlawed, considered tantamount to treason. Yikes. All right, let's keep going. Among those early church members was a teenager named William Bradford. At the age of 14, his uncle and aunt with whom he lived had given him an ultimatum of either leaving the separatist group or being disowned and forced to leave home. As painful as it was, he chose to leave, following his faith and being taken into the home of William Brewster. It is in this backdrop that Bradford's own words can be best understood. So many, therefore, of these professors as saw the evil of these things in these parts, and whose hearts the Lord had touched with heavenly zeal for his truth, they shook off this yoke of anti-Christian bondage, and as the Lord's free people joined themselves by a covenant of the Lord into a church estate, in the fellowship of the gospel, to walk in all his ways made known, or to be made known unto them according to their best endeavors, whatsoever it should cost them, the Lord assisting them. And that it cost them something, this ensuing history will declare. Think of this. All your life you have been told by others what the Lord said, and yet countless atrocities had been perpetuated in his name. Now you have the chance to know him for yourself, to read his very word as if it was fresh love letter written directly to you. His very word. Oh, got it. Really. Why would you settle for the drippings of dirty backwash from someone else's mouth when you could drink freely from the pure fountain itself? This wasn't about going to church and sitting in a service. This was about gathering as free people to join yourself to the Lord. Was there any real choice by comparison? This small band of outlaw believers had no name, nor did they seek one. All they wanted to do was gather in freedom, worship the Lord, and study his word for themselves. Though they would become hunted and harried, imprisoned and persecuted for it, the Scrooby Covenant of 1606, here paraphrased by Bradford, was the seed of the Pilgrim Church and also the precursor to the Mayflower Compact. It was this conventional concept that the people of God are free to form a covenant, even if the civil laws are against it. This is critical to understand. One can only imagine the scene as Pastor John Robinson, Pastor Richard Clifton, William Brewster, and 16-year-old William Bradford stood to confess with the others their agreement with this covenant. It was there that part of America's spiritual birth certificate was formed. Throughout the first half of 1607, the Pilgrim Church met with increased danger on all sides. Finally attracting the attention of Archbishop of York, and many members were arrested, Bradford describes their troubles. But after those things they could not long continue in any peaceable condition, but were hunted and persecuted on every side, so as their former afflictions were but flea-bitings in comparison of these which now came upon them. For some were taken and clapped up in prison, others had their houses beset and watched night and day, and hardly escaped their hand, and the most were fain to flee and leave their houses and habitations and the means of their livelihood. Unable to conceal the meetings any longer, the Pilgrim Church came to the decision to escape to Holland, where they heard was freedom of religion for all men. Having embraced the Reformation, the Netherlands was an asylum of religious liberty. Many reform groups and individuals from different countries had fled persecution and found refuge there. In fact, Holland was the only country they could go to that was not under a tyrant who would kill them. As was mentioned in the opening, the European Wars of Religion, 1524 to 1648, following the Reformation, devastated generations. Holland was the one place the pilgrims could be free to worship God and prepare themselves for the future. It was probably in October 1607 that the pilgrims first attempted to leave England illegally, since King James would never grant them permission. The only route of escape seemed to be secretly hiring a private ship, since public ports were guarded. Informants were paid handsomely to betray separatists, so the sellings of their goods, homes, and land for provisions was extremely risky. Nevertheless, the pilgrims negotiated with an English sea captain to take them to Holland. In late 1607, after walking some 60 miles through the cold and wet English countryside to flee from a marsh outside of Boston, England, the exhausted pilgrims boarded the ship that they hoped would take them to freedom, only to find their double-dealing sea captain had betrayed them to the searchers. Not only were they arrested, robbed of all their provisions, and immodestly searched, but they were also paraded through the town of Boston. After a couple of months, while 7 of the pilgrim leaders, including Robinson, Bradford, and Brewster, were kept in prison, the rest of their families were sent back. They had sold everything, so they had no homes or jobs to go back to. They had lost everything. But that did not stop them from believing in their mission. Rather, they saw it as God's preparing them for their days ahead. Early in 1608, after the leaders were released from prison, with their dilemma only becoming more acute, they planned for another escape. They secretly agreed to leave from Hull along the eastern shores of England. This time they hired a Dutch sea captain who owned his own ship, but the plan was risky. To not arouse suspicion, the men traveled by land, while the women and children, along with their provisions, reminiscent of Moses escaping the hand of Pharaoh, Moses escaping the hand of Pharaoh, were put in a small sailing vessel that floated them down a stream and out into the sea. However, the Dutch ship did not arrive for a full day. With the women and children seasick from bobbing in the waves, they brought the vessel ashore, but they got stuck in the mud during low tide, where they would have to stay until noon the next day when the tide would return. When the Dutchman arrived, so as to save time, he brought most of the men on board, leaving a handful on shore, but the women and children would have to wait. As Bradford recounts, it was then that the master espied a great company, both horse and foot, with bills and guns and other weapons. Armed men were closing in on the trapped women, who had all their belongings and money. Fearful of being caught, the Dutch captain weighed anchor and left. As the authorities arrived, some of the men on land were able to escape, but others, facing certain imprisonment and possible execution, including Reverend John Robinson, stayed with the women and children to assist them. The men left on board were distressed, helpless to do anything but watch as they sailed out to sea, unsure they would ever see their loved ones again. Bradford was among those on the ship, for he relates the details of what happened next. Once their ship got to the North Sea, a monstrous storm blew in, and their ship was driven almost to Norway by the fierce winds. For days on end, they didn't see the sun, the moon, or the sky, and even the mariners despaired of life. But, said Bradford, when man's hope and help wholly failed, the Lord's power and mercy appeared in their recovery, for the ship rose again and gave the mariners courage again to manage her, and in the end brought them to their desired haven, where the people came flocking, admiring their deliverance, the storm having been so long and sore, in which much hurt had been done. Hundreds and hundreds of vessels had been lost in the storm, but this one miraculously survived to tell the tale. Though the distance is less than a half-day's crossing, their harrowing journey from England to Holland took 14 days. But what of those left behind? After some time, the authorities, realizing they could not keep so many women and children in prison, sought to get rid of them. With no homes to return to, though utterly destitute out of necessity, they were able, after some weeks' time, to also secure passage to Amsterdam. Joyfully, though uncertain of the other's fate, families were soon reunited, but life in Amsterdam was anything but easy. Unable to find work because of the guilds, having to learn a new language and new trades, with their only background being farmers, not to mention the plethora of religious division and confusion among the Christian culture of Amsterdam in 1608, all that only added to the pilgrims' trial of the faith. The many Reformed congregations enjoyed much liberty but little self-government. Amidst all the strife and splintering, the pilgrims were peacemakers. All they wanted was to be peace-loving Christians who got along with people. But after a year of enduring the multitude of theological feuds and controversies over baptism, worship, character, and church government, the constant turmoil between the churches convinced our little pilgrim church that a move to Leiden might make for a better home. Leiden, modern spelling of the original Leyden, was a center of the Reformation in both thought and application of biblical ideas, and a city that honored liberty because of its strong stance against tyranny. No better place could have been chosen by God's providence for the pilgrims to gain roots and become a vibrant church. Of course, settling in Leiden in 1609 meant starting all over again, but they were free. They did not come to Holland merely for freedom. They came to be a blessing, to marry, to bury, and in some cases become citizens. The Dutch authorities loved them. They learned the various trades and refused to accept any sort of welfare. Many members were able to support themselves working at Leiden University or in the textile printing, in the textile, printing, and brew trades. They let the authorities know they would not be a burden on the Dutch society. They were the model immigrants who said they would pay their own way and take care of their elderly, or they would leave and voluntarily deport themselves. The pilgrims were a blessing to the Dutch, so much so that they would often hire them before their own citizens. They were a people of their word with a remarkably strong, diligent work ethic. In turn, the Dutch had much to offer our young pilgrim church, and Leiden in particular proved to be an incredibly rich seedbed in which they could grow, take root, and mature. The Dutch had fought tyranny, suffered near genocide at the hands of the Spanish, and yet emerged with a torch of liberty, having been miraculously delivered by the hand of God. In the aftermath, as diligent students of the Scripture, they had become pioneers in the field of limited constitutional government and free enterprise. Lessons not lost on our young, emerging pilgrim community. In Leiden, The Pilgrim Church soon grew from 75 to well over 300, and by 1617 their congregation was stable and relatively secure. Perhaps most people would be content to just live out the rest of their days in quiet, peaceful tranquility, but the fires of liberty stirred in them a desire to reach their beloved homeland with the liberating truth of the gospel, free from men's inventions, as they put it. The battle cry of the Reformation with the 5 solas: sola scripta, by scripture alone; sola fide, through faith alone; sola grata, by grace alone; sola Christus, by Christ alone; and soli Deo gloria, for the glory of God alone, was not a drumbeat they could ignore. The light once lit inside is never satisfied to remain hidden. It's as though the surrounding darkness demands that it be lifted high so as to become a beacon of hope to others. And so begins the next chapter that will draw this band of outlaw believers back into King James' lion's den. But that is another story which can be found on page 179. How then shall we live? The Mayflower Voyage and Compact. That's it.
Let's see how this goes. This is a little subsection for Exodus 13. It's called Remembering Our National Birthday. In Genesis 12, God promised Abraham that he would make a nation from Abraham's descendants. It took hundreds of years, but that promise finally came to pass when God raised up Moses to bring them out of bondage in Egypt. It required 10 plagues before an oppressive Pharaoh let the people go, and even after that, they wandered in the wilderness for another 40 years before finally entering the land where they actually became established as an independent nation. But the turning point for the independence of the Jews, the decisive moment in the establishment as a nation, was Passover, when God, in a miraculous demonstration of power, struck down the firstborn of the Egyptians. Out of all the amazing things along Israel's lengthy road to becoming an independent nation and people, God commanded them to remember that one particular event and to celebrate the anniversary of that one particular day every year thereafter. Exodus 13:10. And not only were they to honor that day, but they were also to use it to teach the rising generation about what God had done in birthing their nation. Exodus 13:8. Founding Father Elias Bonet saw a correlation between the account in Exodus 13 and the American experience. As with Israel, much occurred in the many years leading up to the following American independence. But our turning point was one specific event: the approval of the Declaration of Independence on July 4th. In a famous speech in 1798, Bonet expounded on the significant parallels between Israel and what happened with America 4,000 years later. The deliverance of the children of Israel from a state of bondage to an unreasonable tyrant was perpetuated by Passover lamb, and enjoining it on their posterity as an annual festival with a remember this day in which ye came out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Exodus 13:3. Let us then, my friends and fellow citizens, unite all our endeavors this day to remember it with reverential gratitude to our supreme benefactor, all the wonderful things he has done for us in our miraculous deliverance from a second Egypt, another house of bondage. And thou shalt show thy son on this day, saying, this day is kept as a day of joy and gladness because of the great things the Lord hath done for us when we were delivered from the threatening power of an invading foe. And it shall be a sign unto thee upon thine hand, and for memorial between thine eyes, that the law of the Lord may be in the mouth. For with a strong hand hast thou been delivered from thine enemies. Thou shalt therever keep this ordinance in its season from year to year forever. Exodus 13:8-10. The 4th of July is an annual day of celebration and remembrance like that in Exodus 13. One one of many American practices with biblical precedents. All right, let's see. This is a subsection for Exodus, I guess Exodus 1 to 14, but I think it takes place mainly in 14, so I'll just read it. God's deliverance, the birth of a nation. Exodus 1 to 14 records the liberation of God's chosen people, the Israelites, from the oppression of the Egyptians, with God leading them out of subjugation and into freedom. It is the record of one miracle after another, a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night to guide and protect them, the miraculous opening of the Red Sea, allowing the Israelites to cross on dry ground, the supernatural return of the sea to its original state, completely destroying the Egyptians and permanently securing the Israelites as an independent nation, divine protection and sustenance, such as manna from heaven and water from a rock while crossing the wilderness and before entering the promised land, etc. The entire biblical narrative was a source of inspiration to the founding fathers, who saw themselves in similar circumstances of oppression and tyranny from which they pleaded for divine intervention and deliverance. Not surprisingly, they regularly invoked the story throughout their own struggle. For example, following Patrick Henry's famous "Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death" speech in Virginia, British troops began seizing public supplies and the colonists' gunpowder stored in Williamsburg. Henry, unwilling to allow the British action to go unchecked, gathered the local militia and addressed them in an impassioned speech which reminded them of the pillar of cloud and the pillar of fire which granted the children of Israel, Exodus 13:21 to 22, of the water gushing from the rock of Horeb, Exodus 17:6, of the miraculous passage of the Red Sea, Exodus 14, and then with his eye uplifted, his arms aloft, and his whole soul burning with inspiration, declared that the same God still ruled in the heavens, that he was watching from his throne the oppressions of his people in America, and that he was still strong to deliver and mighty to save, Psalm 24:8, Zephaniah 3:17. The following years in Massachusetts, Samuel Adams drew similar parallels between King George III's tyrannical behavior and that of the Egyptian pharaoh, observing, "I scruple not to affirm it as my opinion that King George III's heart is more obdurate, stubborn, and his disposition toward the people of America is more unrelenting and malignant than was that of Pharaoh towards the Israelites in Egypt. But let us not be impatient. It requires time to convince the doubting and inspire the timid." The very day that Congress approved the Declaration of Independence, July 4, 1776, it also appointed John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and Benjamin Franklin to draft a seal to characterize the spirit of the new nation. Franklin's proposal was directly from the Exodus story. Moses lifting up his wand and dividing the Red Sea, the Pharaoh in his chariot overwhelmed with the waters, this motto: rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God. Alex Jones uses that. Jefferson likewise proposed the children of Israel in the wilderness, led by a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. The seal was finally approved by the committee. The seal, as finally approved by the committee, was Pharaoh sitting in an open chariot, a crown on his head and a sword in his hand, passing through the divided waters of the Red Sea in pursuit of the Israelites, ray from a pillar of fire in the cloud, expressive of the divine presence and command, beaming on Moses, who stands on the shore and extending his hand over the sea, causes it to overwhelm Pharaoh. Let's see if I can show that. Make a little picture of that son of a bitch. There, get that in there. And that's what I'm talking about. There, get it closer. There you go. Okay. The floor. Signer of the Declaration, Caesar Rodney of Delaware, also invoked the Exodus imagery, telling his brother, the Israelites, the chosen people of God, met with the crosses of disappointments in their journey from the land of bondage to that of liberty, but a steady perseverance and divine assistance they at length possessed the promised land, Joshua 15:24. And though he permitteth temporary obstructions, 2 Corinthians 4:17, 1 Peter 4:12, will one day, with a firm reliance on him, crown his virtuous endeavors with success, 2 Timothy 4:8, and cause the modern pharaohs with their host to be buried in the sea of their Toryism, as he did the ancient Pharaoh in the Red Sea, Exodus 14. By 1778, the Americans had suffered many military defeats. While they had won a major victory in the Battle of Saratoga in September 1777, the overall trend had not been good. Yet declaration signers such as Benjamin Rush of Pennsylvania were not discouraged, knowing that the war was far from over. Rush wrote Patrick Henry and likening America's struggle to that of the Jews against the Egyptians, noted that we were still early in the story, that even though we had taken the first step, there were still many obstacles in the wilderness that would require God's intervention if we were to ever reach the promised land. Sir, we have only passed the Red Sea, a dreary wilderness is still before us, and unless a Moses or Joshua are raised up in our behalf, we must perish before we reach the promised land. But just as God raised up Moses, Aaron, Joshua, and Caleb in Israel, so too in America he raised up leaders such as generals George Washington, Henry Knox, Benjamin Lincoln, and many others, whom he used to secure victory. In 1781, at the Battle of Yorktown, British troops surrendered to the Americans, thus ending the military conflict, but King George III was still unwilling to withdraw his troops from America or even to sign a peace treaty with the Americans, whose diplomats were negotiating the British representatives in Paris. Witnessing the king's reticence to admit that he had been defeated, founding fathers James Duane recognized another parallel in Pharaoh in Exodus, explaining, whatever may be the appearance from the passivity of the British and their despair of the Tories, British supporters in America, I do not think peace so near as generally apprehended. The naval success of the enemy have hardened the heart of the British Pharaoh and rekindled his expiring wishes for our subjugation. The treaty at Paris goes on feebly. Finally, 2 years after the Battle of Yorktown, the king acceded, admitted defeat, and approved peace with the Americans, fully recognizing our independence. But even after victory was won and the U.S. Constitution written and ratified, the same biblical account continued to be invoked whenever there were discussions about oppression. For example, in 1790, founding father Elias Boudinot of New Jersey was strongly anti-slavery, warned those in Congress who wished to preserve slavery that it is true that the Egyptians held the Israelites in bondage for 400 years. But gentlemen cannot forget the consequences that followed. They were delivered by a strong hand and stretched out arm. And it ought to be remembered that the almighty power that accomplished their deliverance is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Hebrews 13:8. The biblical account of God miraculously delivering his people and supernaturally guiding them to a place of liberty and plenty was a frequently invoked source of inspiration in early America. Today, the passage continues as a lighthouse of hope for those facing difficulties of any type, for its message is unchanged. God can deliver his children and convey them to their own place of freedom, safety, and abundance, regardless of the circumstances in which they find themselves. All right, Exodus 13. Consecration of the firstborn. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Sanctify to me every firstborn, the first offspring of every womb among the sons of Israel, both of man and beast, it belongs to me. Moses said to the people, Remember this day in which you went out from Egypt, from the house of slavery, for by a powerful hand the Lord brought you out from this place, and nothing leavened shall be eaten. On this day in the month of Abib you are about to go forth. It shall be when the Lord brings you to the land of the Canaanite, the Hittite, and the Amorite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, which he swore to your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, that you shall observe this rite in this month. For 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there shall be a feast to the Lord. Unleavened bread shall be eaten throughout the 7 days, and nothing leavened shall be seen among you, nor shall any leaven be seen among you in all your borders. You shall tell your son on that day, saying, It is because of what the Lord did for me when I came out of Egypt. And it shall serve as a sign to you on your head, and as a reminder on your forehead, that the law of the Lord may be in your mouth. For with a powerful hand the Lord brought you out of Egypt. Therefore you shall keep this ordinance as its appointed time from year to year. Now when the Lord brings you to the land of Canaanite, as he swore to you and your fathers, and gives it to you, you shall devote to the Lord the first offspring of every womb, and the first offspring of every beast that you own. The males belong to the Lord. But every first offspring of a donkey you shall redeem with a lamb. But if you do not redeem it, then you shall break its neck, and every firstborn of man among your sons shall redeem. You shall redeem. And it shall be when your son asks you in time to come, saying, What is this? Then you shall say to him, With a powerful hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt from the house of slavery. It came about when Pharaoh was stubborn about letting us go, that the Lord killed every firstborn in the land of Egypt, both firstborn of man and firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrificed to the Lord the males, the firstborn offspring of every womb, but every firstborn of my sons I redeem. So it shall serve as a sign on your hand, and as phylacteries on your forehead. For with a powerful hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt. Exodus 13:17. God leads the people. Now when Pharaoh had let the people go, God did not lead them by the way of the land of the Philistines, even though it was near. For God said the people might change their minds when they see war and return to Egypt. Hence God led the people around by the way of the wilderness to the Red Sea, and the sons of Israel went up in marital array from the land of Egypt. Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, for he had made the sons of Israel solemnly swear, saying, God will surely take care of you, and you shall carry my bones from here with you. Then they set out from Succoth and camped in Etham on the edge of the wilderness. The Lord was going before them in a pillar of cloud by day to lead them on the way, and in a pillar of fire by night to give them light, that they may travel by day and by night. He did not take away the pillar of cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night from before the people. Exodus 14. Pharaoh in pursuit. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Tell the sons of Israel to turn back and camp before Pi-hahiroth, between Migdol and the sea. You shall camp in front of Baal Zephon, opposite it, by the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the sons of Israel, They are wandering aimlessly in the land, the wilderness has shut them in. Thus I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and he will chase after them, and I will be honored through Pharaoh and all his army, and the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord. And they did so. When the king of Egypt was told that the people had fled, Pharaoh and his servants had a change of heart towards the people, and they said, "What is this we have done, that we have let Israel go from serving us?" So he made his chariot ready and took his people with him. And he took 600 select chariots and all the other chariots of Egypt with officers over all of them. The Lord hardened his heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and he chased after the sons of Israel as the sons of Israel were going out boldly. Then the Egyptians chased after them with all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, his horsemen and his army, and they betook them camping by sea beside Pi-hahiroth in front of Baal-zephon. As Pharaoh drew near, the sons of Israel looked, and behold, the Egyptians were marching after them, and they became very frightened. So the sons of Israel cried out to the Lord. Then they said to Moses, "Is it because there were no graves in Egypt that you have taken us away to die in the wilderness? Why have you dealt with us in this way, bringing us out of Egypt? Is this not the word that we spoke to you in Egypt, saying, 'Leave us alone that we may serve the Egyptians'? For it would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die out in the wilderness." Exodus 14:13, the sea is divided. But Moses said to the people, "Do not fear, stand by and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will accomplish for you today. For the Egyptians whom you have seen today, you will never see them again forever. The Lord will fight for you while you keep silent." Then the Lord says to Moses, "Why are you crying out to me? Tell the sons of Israel to go forward. As for you, lift up your staff and stretch out your hand over the sea and divide it, and the sons of Israel shall go through the midst of the sea on dry land. As for me, behold, I will harden the hearts of the Egyptians, so that they will go in after them, and I will be honored through Pharaoh and all his army, through his chariots and his horsemen. Then the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord when I am honored through Pharaoh, through his chariots and his horsemen." The angel of God, who has been going before the camp of Israel, moved and went behind them, and the pillar of cloud moved from before them and stood behind them. So it came between the camp of Egypt and the camp of Israel, and there was the cloud, along with the darkness, yet it gave, make sure I'm reading the right one. Yet it gave light at night. Thus the one did not come near the other all night. Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord swept the sea back by strong east wind all night and turned the sea into dry land. The waters were divided. The sons of Israel went through the midst of the sea on the dry land, and the waters were like a wall to them on the right hand and on the left. Then the Egyptians took up pursuit, and the Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen went in after them into the midst of the sea. At the morning watch, the Lord looked down on the army of the Egyptians through the pillar of fire and cloud and brought the army of Egyptians into confusion. He caused their chariot wheels to swerve, and he made them drive with difficulty. So the Egyptians said, "Let us flee from Israel, for the Lord is fighting for them against the Egyptians." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand over the sea, so that the water may come back over the Egyptians, over their chariots and their horsemen." So Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the sea turned to its normal state of daybreak, while the Egyptians were fleeing right into it. Then the Lord overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea. The waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen, even Pharaoh's entire army that had gone into the sea after them. Not even one of them remained. But the sons of Israel walked on dry land through the midst of the sea, and the waters were like a wall to them on the right hand and on the left. Thus the Lord saved Israel that day from the hand of Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians dead on the seashore. When Israel saw the great power which the Lord had used against the Egyptians, the people feared the Lord, and they believed in the Lord and in his servant Moses. That's it for Exodus 14. I read something yesterday, or I'd seen something yesterday that was talking just about this. And apparently, I can't remember where this exactly happens, even though I probably just read it. There was I guess when this happened, and either I may have just read this or it's in something else, but there was a huge fireball or something that shot from the land. And if you go to this spot, this exact spot on the Dead Sea or whatever, where this happened, supposedly, boom, the sand is all glass. It was on fire as this shit happened. And so that's pretty amazing. I don't know. I can't tell you. I could look it up and maybe put the linear notes or something, but just thought that was amazing. You don't ever hear about that. That if you go to the spot today, that there's a channel and it goes straight from the land straight to the sea, and it's nothing but glass where the rocks are embedded in it and stuff like that. Just thought that was pretty cool. Thanks.
All right. Well, Exodus 15, the song of Moses and Israel. Then Moses and the sons of Israel sang this song to the Lord and said, I'm just going to read it. I will sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. The horse and its rider he has hurled into the sea. The Lord is my strength and song, and he has become my salvation. This is my God, and I will praise him, my father's God, and I will extol him. The Lord is a warrior, the Lord is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his army he has cast into the sea, and the choicest of his officers are drowned in the Red Sea. The deeps cover them, they went down into the depths like a stone. Your right hand, O Lord, is majestic in power. Your right hand, O Lord, shatters the enemy, and in the greatness of your excellence you overthrow those who rise up against you. You send forth your burning anger, and it consumes them as chaff. At the blast of your nostrils the waters were piled up. The flowing waters stood up like a heap. The deeps were congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My desire shall be gratified against them. I will draw out my sword, my hand will destroy them. You blew with your wind, the sea covered them. They sank like lead in the mighty waters. Who is like you among the gods, O Lord? Who is like you, majestic in holiness, awesome in praises, working wonders? You stretched out your hand, the earth swallowed them. In your loving kindness you have led the people whom you have redeemed. In your strength you have guided them to your holy habitation. The peoples have heard, they tremble. Anguish has gripped the inhabitants of Philistia. Then the chiefs of Edom were dismayed. The leaders of Moab, trembling grips them. All the inhabitants of Canaan have melted away. Terror and dread fall upon them. By the greatness of your arm, they are motionless as stone, until your people pass over, O Lord, until people pass over whom you have purchased. You will bring them and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, the place, O Lord, which you have made for your dwelling. Sanctuary, O Lord, which your hands have established. The Lord shall reign forever and ever. For the horses of Pharaoh with his chariots and his horsemen went into the sea, and the Lord brought back the waters of the sea on them. But the sons of Israel walked on dry land through the midst of the sea. Miriam, the prophetess, Aaron's sister, took the timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dancing. Miriam answered them, Sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. The horse and his rider has hurled into the sea. All right. Exodus 15:22, the Lord provides water. Then Moses led Israel from the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. When they came to Marah, they could not drink the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore it was named Marah. So the people grumbled at Moses, saying, "What shall we drink?" Then he cried out to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a tree, and he threw it into the waters, and the waters became sweet. There he made for them a statute and regulation, and there he tested them. And he said, "If you will give your earnest heed to the voice of the Lord your God, and do what is right in his sight, and give ear to his commandments, and keep his statutes, I will put none of the diseases on you which I have put on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord and your healer." Then they came to Elim, where there were 12 springs of water and 70 date palms, and they camped there beside the waters. That's good for now. Okay. Exodus 16, the Lord provides manna. Then they set out from Elim, and all the congregation of the sons of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month after their departure from the land of Egypt. The whole congregation of the sons of Israel grumbled against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. The sons of Israel said to them, Would that we had died by the Lord's hand in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the pots of meat, when we ate bread to the full, for you have brought us out into the wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Then the Lord said to Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a day's portion every day, that I may test them, whether or not they will walk in my instruction. On the 6th day, when they prepare what they bring in, it will be twice as much as they gather daily. So Moses and Aaron said to all the sons of Israel, At evening you will know that the Lord has brought you out of the land of Egypt, and in the morning you will see the glory of the Lord, for he hears your grumblings against the Lord. And what are we that you grumble against us? Exodus 16:8, the Lord provides meat. Moses said, This will happen when the Lord gives you meat to eat in the evening, and bread to the full in the morning. The Lord hears your grumblings, which you grumble against him. And what are we? Your grumblings are not against us, but against the Lord. Then Moses said to Aaron, Say to all the congregation of the sons of Israel, Come near before the Lord, for he has heard your grumblings. It came about as Aaron spoke to the whole congregation of the sons of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, I have heard the grumblings of the sons of Israel. Speak to them, saying, At twilight you shall eat meat, and in the morning you shall be filled with bread, and you shall know that I am the Lord your God. So it came about at evening that the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning there was a layer of dew around the camp. When the layer of dew evaporated, behold, on the surface of the wilderness there was a fine flake-like thing, fine as the frost on the ground. When the sons of Israel saw it, they said to one another, What is it? For they did not know what it was. And Moses said to them, It is the bread which the Lord has given you to eat. This is what the Lord has commanded. Gather it, every man as much as he should eat. You shall take an omer apiece, according to the number of persons each of you has in his tent. The sons of Israel did so, and some gathered much and some little. When they measured it with an omer, he who had gathered much had no excess, and he who had gathered little had no lack. Every man gathered as much as he should eat. Moses said to them, Let no man leave any of it until morning. But they did not listen to Moses, and some left part of it till morning, and it bred worms and became foul, and Moses was angry with them. They gathered it morning by morning, every man as much as he could eat, but when the sun grew hot, it would melt. Exodus 16:22, the Sabbath observed. Now on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for each one. When all the leaders of the congregation came to Moses, and then he said to them, this is what the Lord meant. Tomorrow is a Sabbath observance, a holy Sabbath to the Lord. Bake what you will bake and boil what you will boil, and all that is left over put aside to be kept until morning. So they put it aside until morning, as Moses had ordered, and it did not become foul, nor was there any worm in it. Moses said, "Eat it today, for today is a Sabbath to the Lord. Today you will not find it in the field. 6 days you shall gather it, but on the seventh day, the Sabbath, there will be none." It came about on the seventh day that some of the people went out to gather, but they found none. Then the Lord said to Moses, "How long do you refuse to keep my commandments and my instructions? See, the Lord has given you the Sabbath. Therefore, he gives you bread for 2 days on the sixth day. Remain every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the seventh day." So the people rested on the seventh day. The house of Israel named it manna, and it was like coriander seed, white, and it tastes like wafers with honey. Then Moses said, "This is what the Lord has commanded. Let an omerful of it be kept throughout your generations, that they may see the bread that I fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you out of the land of Egypt." Moses said to Aaron, "Take a jar and put the omerful of manna in it, and place it before the Lord, to be kept throughout your generations. As the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron placed it before the testimony to be kept. The sons of Israel ate the manna 40 years, until they came to an inhabited land. They ate the manna until they came to the border of the land of Canaan. Now an omer is a tenth of a ephah, whatever that word is. All right, Exodus 17, water in the rock. Then all the congregation of the sons of Israel journeyed by stages from the wilderness of Sin, according to the command of the Lord, and camped at Rephidim, and there was no water for the people to drink. Therefore, the people quarreled with Moses and said, "Give us water that we may drink." And Moses said to them, "Why do you quarrel with me? Why do you test the Lord?" But the people thirsted there for water, and they grumbled against Moses and said, "Why now have you brought us up from Egypt to kill us and our children and our livestock with thirst?" So Moses cried out to the Lord, saying, "What shall I do to this people? A little more, and they will stone me." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Pass before the people, and take with you some of the elders of Israel, and take in your hand your staff with which you struck the Nile, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there on the rock at Horeb, and you shall strike the rock, and water will come out of it, that the people may drink." And Moses did so in the sight of the elders of Israel. He named the place Massah and Meribah, because of the quarrel of the sons of Israel, and because they tested the Lord, saying, "Is the Lord among us or not?" Exodus 17:8. Amalek fought. Then Amalek came and fought against Israel and Rephidim. So Moses said to Joshua, "Choose men for us to go out, fight against Amalek. Tomorrow I will station myself on top of the hill with the staff of God in my hand." Joshua did as Moses told him and fought against Amalek, and Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. So it came about, when Moses held his hand up, that Israel prevailed, and when he let his hand down, Amalek prevailed. But Moses' hands were heavy. Then they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. And Aaron and Hur supported his hands, one on one side and one on the other. Thus his hands were steady until the sun set. So Joshua overwhelmed Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. Then the Lord said to Moses, Write this in a book as a memorial, and recite it to Joshua, that I will utterly blot out the memory of Amalek from under the heaven." Moses built an altar and named it, "The Lord is my banner." And he said, "The Lord has sworn, the Lord will have war against Amalek for generation to generation." All right. Exodus 18. Jethro, Moses' father-in-law. 18. Now Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moses' father-in-law, heard of all that God had done for Moses, for Israel, his people, how the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took Moses' wife Zipporah, after he had sent her away, and her 2 sons, of whom one was named Gershom, and one who was named Gershom. For Moses said, I have been a sojourner in a foreign land. The other was named Eliezer, for he said, the God of my father was my help and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. Then Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, came with his sons and his wife to Moses in the wilderness, where he was camped at the Mount of God. He sent word to Moses, I, your father-in-law, Jethro, am coming to you with your wife and her 2 sons with her. Then Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, and he bowed down and kissed them. And they asked each other of their welfare and went into the tent. Moses told his father-in-law all that the Lord had done to Pharaoh and to Egyptians for Israel's sake, all the hardship that had befallen them on their journey, and how the Lord had delivered them. Jethro rejoiced over all the goodness which the Lord had done to Israel in delivering them from the hand of the Egyptians. So Jethro said, Blessed be the Lord who delivered you from the hand of the Egyptians and from the hand of Pharaoh, and who delivered the people from under the hand of the Egyptians. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all the gods. Indeed, it was proven when he dealt proudly against the people. Then Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices for God, and Aaron came with all the elders of Israel to eat a meal with Moses' father-in-law before God. It came about the next day that Moses sat to judge the people, and the people stood about Moses from the morning until evening. Now when Moses' father-in-law saw all that he was doing for the people, he said, What is this thing that you are doing for the people? Why do you alone sit as judge, and all the people stand about you from morning until evening? Moses said to his father-in-law, Because the people come to me to inquire of God. When they have a dispute, it comes to me, and I judge between a man and his neighbor and make known the statutes of God and his laws. Exodus 18:17, Jethro counsels Moses. Moses' father-in-law said to him, The thing that you are doing is not good. You will surely wear out both yourself and these people who are with you, for the task too heavy for you. You cannot do it alone. Now listen to me. I will give you counsel, and God be with you. You be the people's representative before God, and you bring the disputes to God. There is a linear note, and I'm going to read that. I think it ties into Exodus 18, so just bear with me. Across the centuries, there have been many different forms of government that have produced widely varying results, some good, some bad. So where does America fit within these various forms? Is it true that we are a democracy, as so many people say? What makes our government unique among the nations, and how is it possible that our form of government has not changed in over 2 centuries while operating under the same governing documents? And would the founders affirm that the Bible was instrumental in producing our constitutional republic? The commentary for Exodus 18:21. America's political form of government is found on page 146. There are reasons why America has been the most stable nation in the world, and reasons for concern as well. All right, back to the reading. This would be Exodus 20. Then teach them the statutes and the laws, and make known to them the way in which they are to walk and work, and the work they are to do. Furthermore, you shall select out of all the people able men who fear God, men of truth, those who hate dishonest gain, and you shall place these over them as leaders of thousands, of hundreds, of fifties, and of tens. Let them judge the people at all times, and let it be that every major dispute they will bring to you, but every minor dispute they themselves will judge. So it will be easier for you, and they will bear the burden with you. If you do this thing and God so commands you, then you will be able to endure, and all these people will also go to their place in peace. So Moses listened to his father-in-law and did all that he said. Moses chose able men out of all Israel and made them heads over the people, leaders of thousands, of hundreds, of fifties, and tens. They judged the people at all times. The difficult dispute would bring to Moses, but every minor dispute they themselves would judge. Then Moses bade his father-in-law farewell, and he went on his way into his own land. Moses on Sinai, Exodus 19. The third month after the sons of Israel had gone out of the land of Egypt, on the very day they came into the wilderness of Sinai. When they set out from Rephidim, they came to the wilderness of Sinai and camped in the wilderness, and there Israel camped in front of the mountain. Moses went up to God and the Lord called to him from the mountain, saying, "Thus you shall say to the house of Jacob and tell the sons of Israel, you yourselves have been what I did to the Egyptians, and how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now then, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, then you shall be my own possession among all the people, for all the earth is mine. And you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words that you shall speak to the sons of Israel." So Moses came and called the elders of the people and set before them all these words which the Lord had commanded him. All the people answered together and said, "All the Lord has spoken, we will do." And Moses brought back the words of the people to the Lord. The Lord said to Moses, "Behold, I will come to you in a thick cloud, so that the people may hear when I speak with you, and may also believe in you forever." Then Moses told the words of the people to the Lord. The Lord also said to Moses, "Go to the people and consecrate them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their garments, and let them be ready for the third day. For on the third day the Lord will come down on Mount Sinai in the sight of all the people. You shall set boundaries for the people all around, saying, beware that you do not go up on the mountain or touch the border of it. Whoever touches the mountains shall surely be put to death. No hands shall touch him, and he shall surely be stoned or shot through, whether beast or man, he shall not live. When the ram's horn sounds a long blast, they shall come up to the mountain." So Moses went down from the mountain to the people and consecrated the people, and they washed their garments. He said to the people, "Be ready for the third day. Do not go near a woman." So it came about on the third day, when it was morning, that there were thunder and lightning flashes and a thick cloud upon the mountain, and a very loud trumpet sound, so that all the people who were in the camp trembled. And Moses brought the people out of the camp to meet God, and they stood at the foot of the mountain. Let's see, Exodus 19:18, the Lord visits Sinai. Now Mount Sinai was all in smoke, because the Lord descended upon it in fire, and its smoke ascended like the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mountain quaked violently. When the sound of the trumpet grew louder and louder, Moses spoke, and God answered him with thunder. The Lord came down on Mount Sinai to the top of the mountain, and the Lord called Moses to the top of the mountain, and Moses went up. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, "Go down, warn the people, so that they do not break through to the Lord to gaze, and many of them perish." What now? I got to reread that. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, "Go down, warn the people, so that they do not break through to the Lord's gaze, and many of them perish. Also let the priests who come near to the Lord consecrate themselves, or else the Lord will break out against them." Moses said to the Lord, "The people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for you warned us, saying, set bounds and the mountain about the mountain and consecrate it." Then the Lord said to him, "Go down and come up again, you and Aaron with you, but do not let the priests and the people break through to come up to the Lord, or he will break forth upon them." So Moses went down to the people and told them. That's it. Sorry about all the Coughing. I got a bunch of sawdust in my throat today. All right, Exodus 20. I'm going to start with the little sidebar that starts off Exodus 20. It says, did you know that it is indisputable that the Ten Commandments, the quintessential representation of the moral law as given in Exodus 20 and repeated in Deuteronomy 5, form the basis of American law and society? Are you aware of the fact that the Ten Commandments have always been inseparable from the American legal culture? And has anyone told you that there are 4 types of laws in the Bible? Ceremonial, moral, judicial, and social compact laws, and that it's vital to know which commands apply to all areas and who and which to specific ones. The commentary for Exodus 21 through 17, the Ten Commandments, the moral law for nations, is found at the end of the book of Exodus. You'll never think again that God's laws are just a bunch of do's and don'ts. All right, so Exodus 20, the Ten Commandments. Then God spoke all these words, saying, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an idol or any likeness of what is in heaven above, on the earth, above or on the earth, beneath or in the water under the earth. You shall not worship them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children, on the 3rd and the 4th generations of those who hate me, but showing loving kindness to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not leave him unpunished who takes his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do your work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord your God. In it you shall not do any work, you or your son or your daughter, your male or your female servant, or your cattle or your sojourner who stays with you. For in the 6 days the Lord made the heaven and earth, the sea, and all in it, and all that is in them, and rested on the 7th day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be prolonged in the land which the Lord your God gives you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his male servant, or his female servant, or his ox, or his donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. All the people perceived the thunder and the lightning flashes and the sound of the trumpet and the mountain smoking, and when the people saw it, they trembled and stood at a distance. Then they said to Moses, Speak to us yourself, and we will listen, but let not God speak to us, or we will die. Moses said to the people, Do not be afraid, for God has come in order to test you, and in order that the fear of him may remain with you, so that you may not sin. So the people stood at a distance, while Moses approached the thick cloud where God was. Then the Lord said to Moses, Thus you shall say to the sons of Israel, You yourselves have seen that I have spoken to you from heaven. You shall not make other gods besides me, gods of silver or gods of gold. You shall not make for yourselves. You shall make an altar of me. You shall make an altar of earth for me, and you shall sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and your peace offerings, your sheep and your oxen. In every place where I cause my name to be remembered, I will come to you and bless you. If you make an altar of stone for me, you shall not build it of cut stones, for if you wield your tool on it, you will profane it. And you shall not go up by steps to my altar, so that your nakedness will not be exposed on it. Exodus 21, ordinances for the people. Now these are the ordinances which are set before them. If you buy a Hebrew slave, he shall serve for 6 years, but on the 7th he shall go as a free man without payment. If he comes alone, he shall go out alone. If he is the husband of a wife, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall belong to her master, and he shall go out alone. But if the slaves plainly says, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out as a free man, then his master shall bring him to God, then he shall bring him to the door or the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him permanently. If a man sells his daughter as a female slave, she is not to go free as the male slaves do. If she is displeasing in the eyes of her master, who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He does not have the authority to sell her to a foreign people because of his unfairness to her. If she designates her for his son, he shall deal with her according to the custom of daughters. If he takes to himself another woman, he may not reduce her food, her clothing, or her conjugal rights. If he will not do these 3 things for her, then she shall go out for nothing without payment of money. Exodus 21:12, personal injuries. He who strikes a man so that he dies shall surely be put to death. But if he did not lie in wait for him, but God let him fall into his hand, then I will appoint you a place to which he may flee. If, however, a man acts presumptuously toward his neighbor as to kill him craftily, you are to take him even from my altar that he may die. He who strikes his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. He who kidnaps a man, whether he sells him or he is found in the possession, shall surely be put to death. He who curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. If men have a quarrel, and one strikes the other with a stone or with his fist, and he does not die but remains in bed, if he gets up and walks around outside on his staff, then he who struck him shall go unpunished. He shall only pay for his loss of time and shall take care of him until he is completely healed. If a man strikes his male or female slave with a rod and he dies at his hand, he shall be punished. If, however, he survives a day or two, no vengeance shall be taken, for he is his property. If men struggle with each other and strike a woman with child so that she gives birth prematurely, yet there is no injury, he shall surely be fined as a woman's husband may demand of him, and he shall pay as the judges decide. But if there is any further injury, then you shall appoint as a penalty life for life, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, hand for a hand, foot for a foot, burn for a burn, wound for a wound, bruise for a bruise. If a man strikes the eye of his male or female slave and destroys it, he shall let him go free on account of his eye. And if he knocks out a tooth of his male or female slave, he shall let him go free on account of his tooth. If an ox gores a man or a woman to death, the ox shall surely be stoned, and its flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall go unpunished. If, however, an ox was previously in the habit of goring, and its owner has been warned, yet he does not confine it and kills it, a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and its owner shall be put to death. If a ransom is demanded of him, then he shall give for the redemption of his life whatever is demanded of him. Whether it gores a son or a daughter, it shall be done to him according to the same rule. If the ox gores a male or female slave, the owner shall give his or her master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. If a man opens a pit or digs a pit and does not cover it over, and an ox or a donkey falls into it, the owner of the pit shall make restitution. He shall give money to its owner, and the dead animal shall become his. If one man's ox hurts another so that it dies, then they shall sell the live ox and divide its price equally, and also they shall divide the dead ox. or if it is known that the ox was previously in the habit of goring, yet its owners had not confined it, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead animal shall become his. That's it. All right, let's see. Exodus 21:16, a just judgment for slavery. When the Civil War was winding down in 1865, Congress ratified the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery, thus finally eradicating an evil that had gained a foothold in America 2 centuries earlier. But slavery had not survived for those 2 centuries because the majority of Americans supported it, for they did not. The vast majority opposed slavery, but they lived in the North, which had few slaves. The South had the smallest population, but it overwhelmingly had the greatest number of slaves. To see more about how the 3 regions of early America dealt differently with slavery, see the commentary accompanying Exodus 3. When Congress finally ended slavery naturally, it invited the Reverend Henry Highland Garnet to preach a sermon commemorating that momentous event. Much could be said of the address, but of particular note is something Garnet saw in the scriptures. Moses, the greatest of all lawgivers and legislators, said, while his face was yet radiant with the light of Sinai, whoso stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be bound in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. Exodus 21:16. The destroying angel has gone forth through this land to execute the fearful penalties of God's broken law. Garnet viewed the Civil War as God's judgment on the nation for having protected the abomination described in Exodus 21:16. From America's earliest years, many others also recognized the consequences that might result from the violation of such scriptural precepts, and therefore worked hard to not just abolish, but also prevent slavery. Originally introduced into America in the early 1600s in Virginia, its subsequent entry into other parts of the country met with strong opposition. For example, Massachusetts passed the country's earliest anti-slavery law. A famous black leader, W.E.B. Du Bois, explained the first use of that law. When a certain Captain Smith, about 1640, attacked an African village and brought some of the unoffending natives home, he was promptly arrested. Eventually, the General's Court ordered the Negroes sent home at the colony's expense, conceiving themselves bound by the first opportunity to bear witness against the heinous and crying sin of man-stealing, also to prescribe such timely redress for what is past and such a law for the future as may sufficiently deter all other belonging to us to have to do in such vile and most odious courses, justly abhorred by all good and just men. While the northern colonies opposed slavery, a century later they found themselves facing a surprising source of opposition to their efforts. In the early 1770s, colonies such as Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and others had passed anti-slavery laws, but King George III and his British governors in America vetoed those laws. The king was pro-slavery. The British Empire practiced slavery, and as long as America remained part of the British Empire, it too would practice slavery. The British imposed pro-slavery policy was a source of great discontent for many founders, including Henry Laurens, a president of Congress during the American Revolution, who lamented, "I abhor slavery, but I was born in a country where slavery had been established by British kings and parliaments ages before my existence." Since the only way for any of the states to enforce measures against slavery was to separate from Great Britain, many founders believed this an appropriate course of action. In fact, when drafting the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson personally penned the clause declaring, "King George III has waged a cruel war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty in the persons of a distant people who never offended him, captivating and carrying them into slavery in another hemisphere, or to incur miserable death in their transportation thither. Determined to keep open a market where men should be bought and sold. He has prostituted his negatives for suppressing he has vetoed every legislative attempt to prohibit or to restrain this execrable commerce. Execrable, I don't know that word. When America finally separated from Great Britain in 1776, while a number of the states began abolishing slavery, including Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Vermont, New Hampshire, New York, etc., not every state did. And while the overwhelming majority of founding fathers were anti-slavery, not all were. In fact, Jefferson's forceful denunciation of the slave trade in the draft of the Declaration was complained about so tremendously by delegates from Georgia and South Carolina that his original clause was removed, and a milder condemnation inserted instead. So although many founding fathers had strenuously opposed slavery a century after them, it still survived. In 1860, Abraham Lincoln ran for president and was elected on a platform that included ending slavery. He promptly passed a number of anti-slavery laws, but considered the progress too slow. So in the election of 1864, he called for a constitutional amendment to completely eradicate the evil. He was reelected, and Congress immediately introduced the 13th Amendment to abolish slavery. The Senate quickly approved the amendment, and shortly thereafter, in late January 1865, the House chambers were packed with expectant observers awaiting the outcome of the House vote. When it was announced that the amendment had passed, a roar erupted from the thousands watching. Hats were thrown and voices were raised in exuberant cheers. Congress had voted to end slavery. How should something that profound be celebrated? The House asked Reverend Henry Highland Garnet, 1851 to 1882, to preach a sermon. Today it might sound strange to hear that a sermon was preached in the Capitol, but it was common practice in Congress for almost a century. On December 4th, 1800, shortly after Congress first moved into the Capitol building, it authorized that on Sundays, the Capitol building would be used for church services. By 1867, the largest church in Washington, D.C. was the one at the U.S. Capitol. 2,000 people a week met there for church. Garnet was very familiar with slavery, having personally experienced it. His family eventually fled slavery in the South and escaped to the North, where he became a minister, abolitionist, temperance leader, and political activist. When the Civil War erupted, he recruited black regiments for the Union and served as chaplain to the black troops of New York. Late in the war in 1864, he became the pastor of the 15th Street Presbyterian Church in Washington, D.C., where he was serving at the time of his famous sermon to Congress. After the war, he became president of Avery College and then was made minister to Liberia by President Ulysses S. Grant. When Reverend Garnet preached his sermon on February 12, 1865, he became the first black American to speak in Congress. He began that sermon with a recollection of his own personal experiences. What is slavery? Too well do I know what it is. I was born among the cherished institutions of slavery. My earliest recollections of parents, friends, and the home of my childhood are clouded with its wrongs. The first sight that met my eyes was a Christian mother enslaved. He then reviewed the prominent historical leaders of both church and state, including the many American founders who had opposed slavery. Augustine, Constantine, Ignatius, Polycarp, Maximus, and the most illustrious lights of the ancient church denounced the sin of slaveholding. Thomas Jefferson said, at a period of his life when his judgment was matured and his experience was ripe, there is preparing, I hope under the auspices of heaven, a way for a total emancipation. The sainted Washington said, near the close of his mortal career and when the light of eternity was beaming upon him, It is among my first wishes to see some plan adopted by which slavery in this country shall be abolished by law. I know of but one way by which this can be done, and that is by legislative action, and so far as my vote can go, it shall not be wanting. The other day, when the lights of liberty streamed through this marble pile building, and the hearts of the noble band of patriotic statesmen leaped for joy, and this our national capital shook from foundation to dome with the shouts of a ransomed people, then methinks the spirits of Washington, Jefferson, the Jays, the Adams, the Franklin, and Lafayette, and Giddings, and Lovejoy, and those of all the mighty and glorious dead remembered by history because they were faithful to truth, justice, and liberty, were hovering over the august assembly. Though unseen by mortal eyes, doubtless they joined the angelic choir and said, Amen. Patrick Henry said, we should transmit to posterity our abhorrence of slavery. So also thought Congress. Garnett concluded by calling on the states to ratify the 13th Amendment. Let the verdict of death, which has been brought in against slavery by the 38th Congress, be affirmed and executed by the people. Let the gigantic monster perish. Yes, perish now and perish forever. Let slavery die. It has had a long and fair trial. God himself has pleaded against it. Its death warrant is signed by God and man. Do not commute its sentence, give it no respite, but let it be ignoramulously executed. Unanimously or ignominiously? I'm not sure. Executed, put to death with shame and honor. Horrible senators and representatives, illustrious rulers of this great nation, I cannot refrain this day from invoking upon you in God's name the blessing of millions who were ready to perish, but to whom a new and better life has been opened by your humanity, justice, and patriotism. You have said, let the Constitution of the country be so amended that slavery and involuntary servitude shall no longer exist in the United States except in punishment for a crime. Surely an act so sublime could not escape divine notice, and doubtless the deed has been recorded in the archives of heaven. Favored men and honored of God and his instruments, speedily finish the work which he has given you to do. Emancipate, enfranchise, educate, and give the blessings of the gospel to every American citizen. Significantly, the first Black American to speak in Congress delivered a powerful sermon, specifically citing Exodus 21:16. All right, Exodus 22, property rights. If a man steals an ox or a sheep and slaughters it or sells it, he shall pay 5 oxen for the ox and 4 sheep for the sheep. If the thief is caught while breaking in and is struck so that he dies, there will be no blood guiltlessness on his account. But if the sun is risen on him, there will be blood guiltlessness on his account. He shall surely make restitution. If he owns nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If what he stole is actually found alive in his possession, whether an ox or a donkey or a sheep, he shall pay double. If a man lets a field or vineyard be grazed bare and lets his animal loose so that it grazes in another man's field, he shall make restitution from the best of his own field and the best of his own vineyard. If a fire breaks out and spreads to the thorn bushes so that stacked grain or the standing grain or the field itself is consumed, he who started the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man gives his neighbor money or goods to keep for him, and it is stolen from the man's house, if the thief is caught, he shall pay double. If the thief is not caught, then the owner of the house shall appear before the judges to determine whether he laid his hands on his neighbor's property. For every breach of trust, whether it is for ox, for donkey, for sheep, for clothing, or any lost thing about which one says, this is it, the case of both parties shall come before the judges. He whom the judges condemn shall pay double to his neighbor. If a man gives his neighbor a donkey, an ox, a sheep, or any animal to keep for him, and it dies or is hurt or is driven away while no one is looking, an oath before the Lord shall be made by the two of them, that he has not laid hands on his neighbor's property, and its owner shall accept it, and he shall not make restitution. But if it is actually stolen from him, he shall make restitution to its owner. If it is all torn to pieces, let him bring it as evidence. He shall not make restitution for what has been torn to pieces. If a man borrows anything from his neighbor, and it is injured or dies while its owner is not with it, he shall make full restitution. If its owner is with it, he shall not make restitution. If it is hired, it came for its hire. Exodus 22:16, sundry laws. If a man seduces a virgin who is not engaged and lies with her, he must pay a dowry for her to be his wife. If her father absolutely refuses to give her to him, he shall pay money equal to the dowry for virgins. You shall not allow a sorceress to live. Whoever lies with an animal shall surely be put to death. He who sacrifices to any god other than the Lord alone shall be utterly destroyed. You shall not wrong a stranger or oppress him, for your strangers in the land of Egypt. You shall not afflict any widow or orphan. If you afflict him at all, and if he does cry out to me, I will surely hear his cry, and my anger will be kindled, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall become widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend money to my people, to the poor among you, you are not to act as a creditor to him. You shall not charge him interest. If you ever take your neighbor's cloak as a pledge, you are to return it to him before the sun sets. For that is his only covering, it is his cloak for his body. What else shall he sleep in? And it shall come about that when he cries out to me, I will hear him, for I am gracious. You shall not curse God, nor curse a ruler of your people. You shall not delay the offering from your harvest and your vintage. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. You shall do the same with your oxen and with your sheep. It shall be with its mother 7 days. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. You shall be holy men to me. Therefore you shall not eat any flesh torn to pieces in the field. You shall throw it to the dogs. All right, little sidebar here. Exodus 22:2, your right to life. Among the numerous civil laws God gave his people as he was establishing them as an independent nation was one concerning their own homes. He told them, if the thief is caught while breaking in and is struck so that he dies, there will be no blood guiltlessness on his account. Exodus 22:2. This verse authorizes homeowners to defend their dwellings, and if in the process of doing so they kill an intruder, they were not guilty in the eyes of God. There was no guilt for shedding the blood of the intruder. This verse forms the basis of what is now known as the Castle Doctrine. It was explained by the founding father James Wilson, a signer of the Declaration of the Constitution and the original justice in the U.S. Supreme Court, who declared, Homicide is required when it is necessary for the defense of one's person or house. Every man's house is deemed by the law to be his castle, and the law, while it invests him with the power, places on him the duty of the commanding officer of his house. Every man's house is his castle, and if anyone be robbed in it, it shall be esteemed in his own default and negligence. In short, if you were robbed in your home, it is not the police's fault but your own, for God made you the commander of your castle, hence the Castle Doctrine. Several other Bible verses affirm that God authorized in Exodus 22. For example, Jesus noted in Luke 11:21 that when a strong man fully armed guards his own house, his possessions are undisturbed. And in the book of Nehemiah, when lawless brigades were on the loose, God's people went around armed, and every man wore his sword girded at his side. 4:18. Because self-defense is a biblical right given to every individual, it is therefore inalienable, our God-given right. Constitution signer John Dickinson defined an inalienable right as one which God gave to you and which no inferior power has the right to take away. John Adams agreed, explaining that inalienable rights are rights antecedent to all earthly government, rights that cannot be repealed or restrained by human laws, rights derived from the great legislator of the universe. John Quincy Adams echoed this, avowing that a man's inalienable rights are those given to him by his Creator, which can neither be taken from him by force nor transferred from him to anyone else. Hence, the rights derived are declared to be inalienable. In short, inalienable rights are God-given rights that belong to each and every individual, period. The Founding Fathers established American government in the primary purpose of securing to every individual the right to practice his or her inalienable rights. As the Declaration of Independence announced, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with a certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. 3 straightforward principles of American government are set forth in these words. 1. There is a Creator. 2. He gives certain inalienable rights to man. And 3. Government exists first and foremost to secure to every individual the exercise of his or her God-given rights. In addition to the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness listed in the Declaration of the Independence, such as the right to own private property, the Bill of Rights lists another God-given rights such as freedom of religion, freedom of speech, justice in the court system, and many more, including the Second Amendment, right to keep and bear arms. The biblical right of self-defense, because this right was given by God, the Founding Fathers urged training for its possible use. For example, signer of the Declaration and framer of the Bill of Rights, Richard Henry Lee encouraged, "It is essential that the whole body of the people always possess arms and be taught alike, especially when young, how to use them." Americans were instructed from their earliest years in the exercise of rights, including that found in the Second Amendment. Thomas Jefferson therefore advised his young nephew, whom he had raised as a son, "A strong body makes the mind strong. As the species of exercise, I advise the gun. While this gives a moderate exercise to the body, it gives boldness, enterprise, and independence to the mind. Games played with the ball and others of that nature are too violent for the body to stamp no character on the mind. Let your gun therefore be the constant companion of your walks." John Quincy Adams agreed. When sent overseas by President James Madison on a diplomatic assignment, he left his son, George Washington Adams, to be cared for by his brother. Concerned about the education of his 9-year-old son, he wrote his brother, "One of the things which I wish to have them taught, and which no man can teach them better than you, is the use and management of firearms. This must undoubtedly be done with great caution, but it is customary among us, particularly when children are under the direction of ladies, to withhold it too much and too long from boys. The accidents which happen among children are more frequently from their ignorance than from the misuse of weapons which they know to be dangerous. I beg you occasionally from this time to take George out with you in your shooting excursions. Teach him gradually the use of the musket, its construction, and the necessity of prudence in handling it. Let him also learn the use of pistols and exercise him at firing at a mark." Adams is correct. Accidents with young Youth and guns occur primarily because youth are unfamiliar with guns and how to handle them safely. Strikingly, guns were numerous in the founding era, and every citizen usually owned several, but historical records affirm that gun accidents during that period were almost non-existent. The Second Amendment's right to keep and bear arms is the constitutional embodiment of the biblical right of self-defense found in Exodus 22 and other passages. Another of the many American rights rooted in biblical teachings. That's it. Okay, Exodus 23, Sundry Laws. You shall not bear a false report. Do not join your hand with a wicked man to be malicious witness. You shall not follow the masses in doing evil, nor shall you testify in dispute so as to turn aside after a multitude in order to pervert justice. Nor shall you be partial to a poor man in his dispute. If you meet your enemy's ox or his donkey wandering away, you shall surely return it to him. If you see the donkey of one who hates you lying helpless under its load, you shall refrain from leaving it to him. You shall surely release it with him. You shall not pervert the justice due to your needy brother in his dispute. Keep far from a false charge, and do not kill the innocent or the righteous, for I will not acquit the guilty. You shall not take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the clear-sighted and subverts the cause of the just. You shall not oppress a stranger, since you yourselves know the feelings of a stranger, for you also were strangers in the land of Egypt. Exodus 23:10, the Sabbath and land. You shall sow your land for 6 years and gather in its yield, but on the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie fallow, so that the needy of your people may eat, and whatever they leave, the beasts of the field may eat. You are to do the same with your vineyard and your olive grove. 6 days you are to do your work, but on the 7th day you shall cease from labor, so that your ox and your donkey may rest, and the son of your female slave, as well as your stranger, may refresh themselves. Now concerning everything which I have said to you, be on your guard, and do not mention the name of other gods, nor let them be heard from your mouth. 3 national feasts. Exodus 23:14. 3 times a year you shall celebrate a feast to me. You shall observe the feast of unleavened bread. For 7 days you are to eat unleavened bread, as I command you, at the appointed time in the month Abib, for in it you came out of Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty-handed. Also you shall observe the feast of the harvest of the first fruits of your labors from what you sow in the field. Also the feast of the ingathering at the end of the year, when you gather in the fruit of your labors from the field. 3 times a year all your males shall appear before the Lord God. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, nor is the fat of my feast to remain overnight until morning. You shall bring the choice first fruits of your soil into the house of the Lord your God. You are not to boil a young goat in the milk of its mother. Conquest of the land. Exodus 23:20. Behold, I am going to send an angel before you to guard you along the way and to bring you into the place which I have prepared. Be on your guard before him and obey his voice. Do not be rebellious towards him, for he may not pardon your transgressions, since my name is in him. But if you truly obey his voice and do all that I say, then I will be an enemy of your enemies and an adversary to your adversaries. For my angel will go before you and bring you into the land of Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Canaanites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I will completely destroy them. You shall not worship their gods, nor serve them, nor do according to their deeds, but you shall utterly overthrow them and break their sacred pillars in pieces. But you shall serve the Lord your God, and he will bless your bread and your water, and I will remove sickness from your midst. There shall be no one miscarrying or barren in your land. I will fulfill the number of your days. I will send my terror ahead of you and throw into confusion all the people among whom you come, and I will make all your enemies turn their backs to you. I will send hornets ahead of you so that they will drive out the Hivites, the Canaanites, and the Hittites before you. I will not drive them out before you in a single year, that the land may not become desolate and the beasts of the field become too numerous for you. I will drive them out before you little by little until you become fruitful and take possession of the land. I will fix your boundary from the Red Sea to the Sea of the Philistines, and from the wilderness to the Red Euphrates, for I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and you will drive them out before you. You shall make no covenant with them or with their gods. They shall not live in your land, because they will make you sin against me. For if you serve their gods, it will surely be a snare to you. I'm going to do, Exodus 24, people affirm their covenant with God. Then he says to Moses, come up to the Lord, you and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and you shall worship at a distance. Moses alone, however, shall come near to the Lord, but they shall not come near, nor shall the people come up with him. Then Moses came and recounted to the people all the words of the Lord and all the ordinances. And all the people answered with one voice and said, all the words which the Lord had spoken we will do. Moses wrote down all the words of the Lord. Then he arose early in the morning and built an altar at the foot of the mountain with 12 pillars for the 12 tribes of Israel. He sent young men of the sons of Israel, and they offered burnt offerings and sacrificed young bulls as peace offerings to the Lord. Moses took half of the blood and put it in basins, and the other half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. Then he took the book of the covenant and read it in the hearing of the people, and they said, all the Lord has spoken we will do, and we will be obedient. So Moses took the blood and sprinkled it on the people and said, behold, the blood of the covenant which the Lord has made with you in accordance with all these words. And Moses went up to Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. And they saw the God of Israel, and under his feet they appeared to be a pavement of sapphire, as clear as the sky itself. Yet he did not stretch out his hand against the nobles of the sons of Israel, and they saw God, and they ate and drank. Now the Lord said to Moses, come up to me on the mountain and remain there, and I will give you the stone tablets with the law and the commandment which I have written for their instruction. So Moses arose with Joshua his servant, and Moses went up to the mountain of God. But to the elders he said, wait here for us until we return to you. And behold, Aaron and Hur are with you. Whoever has a legal matter, let him approach them. Then Moses went up to the mountain, and the cloud covered the mountain. The glory of the Lord rested on Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it for 6 days. And on the 7th day he called to Moses from the midst of the cloud. And to the eyes of the sons of Israel, the appearance of the glory of the Lord was like a consuming fire on the mountaintop. Moses entered the midst of the cloud as he went up to the mountain, and Moses was on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. All right. A pledge of adherence. Exodus 24. Looks like a little chair. Hold it. All right. Looks like a little subsection. All right. Pledge of adherence. Exodus 24. After God delivered his people from bondage in Egypt and set them on their way to becoming an independent nation, he stopped them in the wilderness and delivered to them the structure and civil laws that would both define and govern the new nation. Moses called the people together and explained these requirements. When the people heard and understood, they pledged their adherence or allegiance, declaring, all the words which the Lord has spoken we will do. Exodus 24:3. Moses later built an altar to the Lord and again told the people what God expected of them in the new nation. People again pledged their adherence or allegiance, Exodus 24:7, In fact, on numerous occasions, the people pledged themselves and their fidelity to the nation and its laws as established by the Lord. Exodus 19:3 through 8, Deuteronomy 27:6, Deuteronomy 6 through 27, 1 Chronicles 16:15 through 36, Psalm 106:34 through 48. Americans also pledge adherence, fidelity, and allegiance to our country as established by God. Our original Pledge of Allegiance was penned in 1892 by Reverend Francis Bellamy and was used by educators in Chicago during the 400th anniversary celebration of Columbus landing in the New World. Then in 1923 and 1924, the phrase, "the flag of the United States of America," was added to replace Bellamy's original, "My Flag," thus causing the pledge to become, "I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all." In 1942, the pledge was officially added to the U.S. flag code. Today, we are accustomed of hearing "under God" in the pledge, but that phrase was not added until 1954. It came as a result of a sermon preached by the Reverend George Docherty of Scotland, who at the time was pastoring 2 blocks from the White House at New York Avenue Presbyterian Church. On February 7, 1954, with President Dwight Eisenhower sitting on the front row and several congressmen and senators also in attendance, Docherty started that morning's sermon by reviewing the central role that God played in American history. He affirmed that America had taken the precepts of the Bible and incorporated them into American life and culture, acknowledging God as being essential to our core American identity. Spiritual concepts of the early American Puritans were derived from the Bible, from the Old Testament no less than from the New. Sinai, as well as Calvary, was their Mount of Vision. The moral law of God was given to Moses in tables of stone, thus symbolizing their eternal and unchangeable character was applicable to all men. They found in the teaching of Jesus of Nazareth a way of life that was a fulfillment in history of all that the prophets foretold and the law prescribed. Early American history was caught up with a sense of destiny that was broader and deeper than simply personal ambitions and a desire to be a success. Puritans triumphed because they made success the byproduct rather than the end of their lives. Lincoln in his day saw this clearly. Under God, the nation would know a new birth of freedom, and by implication, it could only be under God that government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth. Without this phrase, "under God," the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag might have been recited with similar sincerity. The communist view. I've thought about that. Docherty then related a conversation he had with his son. "What did you get at school today, Garth?" I inquired. Well, as usual, Docherty then related a conversation he had with his son. "What did you get at school today, Garth?" I inquired. Well, as usual, we began the day by standing up and with our right hand across our breast recited the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and then, to an American father, the description of such a beginning of the day at school is so commonplace as not to require any further elucidation. But so great was my ignorance of the American scene that I did not know what precisely were the words of the Pledge of Allegiance. With the solemnity that only a child can muster, Garth answered my question. "I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all." It so happened at that moment I was in the midst of preparation for a Lincoln Day sermon and had been thinking rather seriously about the centrality of the providence of God in the life of Mr. Lincoln and his recurrent use of the phrase "under God," not only in his Gettysburg Address, but so often implied, if not explicit, in his other addresses. It immediately seemed odd to me that the mood that the phrase under God had not been included from the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. From the very beginning, certain basic principles have been laid down not merely by the founding fathers who began their first proclamation with the words, "In the name of God, Amen," but by the framers of the Declaration of Independence. Behind this declaration was the basic belief that men were created equal. There can be no creation without a creator, but dependence upon God in the most important pledge, which even the children in day school began the day, had apparently been omitted. Without this phrase, under God, the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag might beginning of their school day, might have been recited with similar sincerity by Muscovite Russian children at the beginning of their school day. The USSR professes to believe in liberty and claims to be just, to have its own code of laws and recognize justice for every individual. Again, Russia calls itself a democratic country. One fundamental concept alone differentiates the one view of the state from the other, and this is a spiritual rather than political concept. As soon as the phrase under God is included in the pledge, it separates it fundamentally from the communist view of the nation and its interpretation of liberty and freedom. Lincoln in his day was perennially aware of this view of life. When he used the phrase under God, he was reminding the people of the United States of the only basis upon which they might find their true freedom. Nice. Following the sermon, President Eisenhower went to Pastor Doherty and told him, "I think you've got something." The next day, a bill was introduced to add under God to the pledge, and members of Congress pointed to his sermon as the reason and inspiration for the law. 4 months later, Eisenhower signed a bill into law. To learn more about the many public acknowledgments of God that became part of American life under President Eisenhower, see the commentary accompanying Proverbs 3:5-6 and Jeremiah 29. In a sermon that had recounted both the biblical principles incorporated into America and the great American leaders who acknowledged God and his principles, Pastor Doherty recommended the addition of the phrase under God to our national pledge. As a result, each and every day across America, millions declare their pledge of adherence, fidelity, and allegiance to a nation that was founded under God and upon his principles. That's it. All right. Exodus 25, offerings for the sanctuary. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Tell the sons of Israel to raise a contribution for me. From every man whose heart moves him, you shall raise my contribution. This is the contribution which you are to raise from them: gold, silver, and bronze, blue, purple, and scarlet material, fine linen, goat hair, ram skin, dyed red, porpoise skins, acacia wood, oil for lighting, spices for the anointing oil and for the fragrant incense, onyx stones and setting stones for the ephod and for the breastpiece. Let them construct a sanctuary for me, that I may dwell among them, according to all that I am going to show you, as the pattern of the tabernacle and the pattern of all its furniture, just so you shall construct it." 25:10 Ark of the Covenant. They shall construct an ark of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high. You shall overlay it with pure gold. Inside and out you shall overlay it, and you shall make a gold molding around it. You shall cast 4 gold rings for it, and fasten them on its 4 feet, and 2 rings shall be on one side of it, and 2 rings on the other side of it. You shall make poles of acacia wood, and overlay them with gold. You shall put the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark, to carry the ark with them. The poles shall remain in the rings of the ark, they shall not be removed from it. You shall put into the ark the testimony which I shall give you. You shall make a mercy seat of pure gold, 2.5 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide. You shall make 2 cherubim of gold. Make them of hammered work at the 2 ends of the mercy seat. Make one cherub at one end and one cherub at the other end. You shall make the cherubim of one piece with the mercy seat at its two ends. The cherubim shall have their wings spread upward, covering the mercy seat with their wings and facing one another. The faces of the cherubim are to be turned toward the mercy seat. You shall put the mercy seat on top of the ark, and in the ark you shall put the testimony which I will give to you. There I will meet with you, and from above the mercy seat, from between the two cherubim which are upon the ark of the testimony, I will speak to you about all that I will give you in commandment for the sons of Israel. Exodus 25:23, the table of showbread. You shall make a table of acacia wood, 2 cubits long and 1 cubit wide, and 1.5 cubits high. You shall overlay it with pure gold and make a gold border around it. You shall make it for a rim of a handbreadth around it, and you shall make a gold border for the rim around it. You shall make 4 gold rings for it, and put rings on the 4 corners which are on its 4 feet. The rings shall be close to the rim as holders for the poles to carry the table. You shall make the poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold, so that with them the table may be carried. You shall make its dishes and its pans and its jars and its bowls with which to pour drink offerings. You shall make them of pure gold. You shall set the bread of the presence on the table before me at all times. 25:31, the golden lampstand. Then you shall make a lampstand of pure gold. The lampstand and its base and its shaft are to be made of hammered work. Its cups, its bulbs, and its flowers shall be one piece with it. 6 branches shall go out from its sides, 3 branches of the lampstand from its one side, and 3 branches of the lampstand from its other side. 3 cups shall be shaped like almond blossoms, in the one branch a bulb and a flower, and 3 cups shaped like almond blossoms in the other branch, a bulb and a flower, so for 6 branches going out from the lampstand. And in the lampstand 4 cups shaped like almond blossoms, its bulbs and its flowers. A bulb shall be under the first pair of branches coming out of it, and a bulb under the second pair of branches coming out of it, and a bulb under the third pair of branches coming out of it, for the 6 branches coming out of the lampstand. Their bulbs and their branches shall be of one piece with it. All of it shall be one piece of hammered work, pure gold. Then you shall make its lamps 7 in number, and they shall mount its lamps so as to shed light on the space in front of it. Its snuffers and their trays shall be pure gold. It shall be made from a talent of pure gold with these utensils. See that you make them after the pattern for them, which was shown to you on the mountain. That's it. Moreover, you shall make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twisted linen in blue and purple and scarlet material. You shall make them with cherubim, the work of a skillful workman. The length of each curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the width of each curtain 4 cubits. All the curtains have the same measurements. 5 curtains shall be joined in one another, and the other 5 curtains shall be joined to one another. You shall make loops of blue on the edge of the outermost curtain in the first set, and likewise you shall make them on the edge of the curtain that is outermost in the second set. You shall make 50 loops in the one curtain, and you shall make 50 loops on the edge of the curtain that is in the second set. The loops shall be opposite each other. You shall make 50 clasps of gold, and join the curtains to one another with the clasps, so that the tabernacle will be a unit. Curtains of goat hair, Exodus 26:7. Then you shall make curtains of goat's hair for a tent over the tabernacle. You shall make 11 curtains in all. The length of each curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the width of each curtain 4 cubits. The 11 curtains shall be the same measurements. You shall join 5 curtains by themselves, and the other 6 curtains by themselves, and you shall double over the 6th curtain at the front of the tent. You shall make 50 loops on the edge of the curtain that is outermost in the first set, and 50 loops on the edge of the curtain that is outermost in the second set. You shall make 50 clasps of bronze, and you shall put the clasps into the loops and join the tent together so that it will be a unit. The overlapping part that is left over in the curtains of the tent, the overlapping part that is left over in the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that is left over, shall lap over the back of the tabernacle. The cubit on the side and the cubit on the other side of what is left over in the length of the curtains of the tent shall lap over the sides of the tabernacle on one side and on the other to cover it. You shall make a covering for the tent of ram's skin dyed red, and a covering of porpoise skins above. Exodus 26:15, boards and sockets. Then you shall make the boards of the tabernacle of acacia wood, standing upright. 10 cubits shall be the length of each board, and 1 of the half cubits the width of each board. There shall be 2 tenons for each board fitted to one another. Thus you shall do for all the boards of the tabernacle. You shall make the boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards for the south side. You shall make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for its 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for its 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle, on the north side, 20 boards. On their 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board and 2 sockets under another board. For the rear of the tabernacle, to the west, you shall make 6 boards. You shall make 2 boards for the corners of the tabernacle at the rear. They shall double beneath, and together they shall be complete to its top to the first ring. Thus it shall be with both of them. They shall form the 2 corners. There shall be 8 boards with their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under one board and 2 sockets under another board. Then you shall make bars of acacia wood, 5 for the boards of one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle for the rear side to the west. The middle bar in the center of the board shall pass through from end to end. You shall overlay the boards with gold and make the rings of gold as holders for the bars, and you shall overlay the bars with gold. Then you shall erect the tabernacle according to its plan which you have been shown in the mountain. Exodus 26:31, the veil and screen. You shall make a veil of blue and purple and scarlet material and fine twisted linen. It shall be made with cherubim, the work of a skillful workman. You shall hang it on 4 pillars of acacia overlaid with gold, their hooks also being of gold, on the 4 sockets of silver. You shall hang up the veil under the clasps, and shall bring in the ark of the testimony there within the veil, and the veil shall serve as your partition between the holy place and the holy of holies. You shall put the mercy seat on the ark of the testimony in the holy of holies. You shall set the table outside the veil, and the lampstand opposite the table on the side of the tabernacle towards the south, and you shall put the table on the north side. You shall make a screen for the doorway of the tent of blue and purple and scarlet material, of fine twisted linen, and work of a weaver. You shall make 5 pillars of acacia for the screen, and overlay them with gold, their hooks also being of gold, and you shall cast 5 sockets of bronze for them. That's it. Sorry, but I guess I should have thought of this, but I didn't know it was going to be so technical in nature. But there's a lot of measurements and a lot of things going on in the past few. Like, man, I need to get a picture of this tabernacle and the altar and all that. So, yeah. Got it at the end of this one, but I might change them up for a bit. And as soon as it gets back to normal, I'll just put my background back to normal stuff. But right now, wish I would have done this at the beginning of all the measurements. But anyways, Exodus 27, the bronze altar. And you shall make the altar of acacia wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits wide. The altar shall be square, and its height shall be 3 cubits. You shall make its horns on its 4 corners. Its horns shall be of one piece with it, and you shall overlay it with bronze. You shall make its pails for removing its ashes, and its shovels, and its basins, and its forks, and its fire pans. You shall make all its utensils of bronze. You shall make for it a grating of network of bronze, and for the net you shall make 4 bronze rings at its 4 corners. You shall put it beneath under the ledge of the altar, so that the net will reach halfway up the altar. You shall make poles for the altar, poles of acacia wood, and overlay them with bronze. Its poles shall be inserted into the rings, so that the poles shall be on the 2 sides of the altar when it is carried. You shall make it hollow with planks, as it was shown to you in the mountain. So they shall make it. Court of the tabernacle, Exodus 27:9. You shall make the court of the tabernacle. On the south side there shall be hangings for the court of fine twisted linen, 100 cubits long for one side, and its pillars shall be 20 with their 20 sockets of bronze. The hooks of the pillars and their bands shall be silver. Likewise, for the north side in length there shall be hangings 100 cubits long, and its pillars with their 20 sockets of bronze. The hooks of the pillars and their bands shall be of silver. For the width of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits with their 10 pillars and their 10 sockets. The width of the court on the east side shall be 50 cubits. The hanging for one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits with their 3 pillars and their 3 sockets. And for the other side shall be hangings of 15 cubits with their 3 pillars and their 3 sockets. For the gate of the court there shall be a screen of 20 cubits of blue and purple and scarlet material and fine twisted linen, the work of a weaver, with the 4 pillars and their 4 sockets. All the pillars around the court shall be furnished with silver bands with their hooks of silver and their sockets of bronze. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the width 50 throughout, and the height 5 cubits of fine twisted linen and their sockets of bronze. All the utensils of the tabernacle used in all its service, and all its pegs, and all the pegs of the court shall be of bronze. You shall charge the sons of Israel that they bring you clear oil of beaten olives for the light, to make a lamp burn continually. In the tent of meeting, outside the veil which is before the testimony, Aaron and his sons shall keep it in order from evening to morning before the Lord. It shall be perpetual statute throughout their generations for the sons of Israel. That's it. All right. Exodus 28, garments of the priests. Then bring near to yourself Aaron your brother and his sons with him from among the sons of Israel to minister as priests to me. Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, Aaron's sons. You shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother, for glory and for beauty. You shall speak to all the skillful persons whom I have endowed with the spirit of wisdom, that they make Aaron's garments to consecrate him, and he may minister as a priest to me. These are the garments which they shall make: a breastpiece, and an ephod, and a robe, and a tunic of checkered work, a turban, and a sash. And they shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother and his sons, that he may minister as priests to me. They shall take the gold, and the blue, and the purple, and the scarlet material, and the fine linen. They shall also make the ephod of gold and blue and purple and scarlet material and fine twisted linen, and work of the skillful workman. It shall have 2 shoulder pieces joined to its ends, that it may be joined. The skillfully woven band which is on it shall be like its workmanship, of the same material, of gold, of blue and purple and scarlet material, and fine twisted linen. You shall take 2 onyx stones and engrave on them the names of the sons of Israel, 6 of their names on the one stone, and the names of the remaining 6 on the other stone, according to their birth. As a jeweler engraves a signet, you shall engrave the 2 stones according to the names of the sons of Israel. You shall set them in filigree settings of gold. You shall put the 2 stones on the shoulder pieces of the ephod as stones of memorial for the sons of Israel, and Aaron shall bear the names before the Lord on his 2 shoulders for a memorial. You shall make filigree settings of gold, and 2 chains of pure gold. You shall make them of twisted cordage work, and you shall put the corded chain on the filigree settings. You shall make a breastpiece of judgment, the work of a skillful workman, like the work of the ephod you shall make it, of gold, of blue and purple and scarlet material, and fine twisted linen you shall make it. It shall be square and folded double, a span in length and a span in width. You shall mount on it 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be a row of ruby, topaz, and emerald, and the second row of turquoise, of sapphire, and diamond, and the third row of jacinth, of agate, and amethyst, and the 4th row of beryl, and of onyx, and of jasper. They shall be set in gold filigree. The stones shall be according to the names of the sons of Israel, 12 according to their names. They shall be like the engravings of a seal, each according to his name for the 12 tribes. You shall make on the breastpiece chains of twisted cordage work in pure gold. You shall make on the breastpiece 2 rings of gold, and shall put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastpiece. You shall put the 2 cords of gold on the 2 rings at the ends of the breastpiece. You shall put the other 2 ends of the 2 cords on the 2 filigree settings, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod at the front of it. You shall make 2 rings of gold, and shall place them on the 2 ends of the breastpiece on the edge of it, which is toward the inner side of the ephod. You shall make 2 rings of gold, and put them on the bottom of the 2 shoulder pieces of the ephod, on the front of it, close to the place where it is joined, above the skillfully woven band of the ephod. They shall bind the breastpiece by its rings to the rings of the ephod with a blue cord, so that it will be on the skillfully woven band of the ephod, and that the breastpiece will not come loose from the ephod. Aaron shall carry the names of the sons of Israel in the breastpiece of judgment over his heart when he enters the holy place for a memorial the Lord continually. You shall put in the breastpiece of judgment the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be over Aaron's heart when he goes in before the Lord. And Aaron shall carry the judgment of the sons of Israel over his heart before the Lord continually. You shall make the robe of the ephod all of blue. There shall be an opening at its top in the middle of it. Around its opening there shall be binding of woven work like the opening of a coat of mail, so that it will not be torn. You shall make on its hem pomegranates of blue and purple and scarlet material all around on its hem, and bells of gold between them all around. A golden bell of pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate all around on the hem of the robe. It shall be on Aaron when he ministers, and its tinkling shall be heard when he enters and leaves the holy place before the Lord, so that he will not die. You shall also make a plate of pure gold, and shall engrave on it like the engravings of a seal, holy to the Lord. You shall fasten it on a blue cord, and it shall be on the turban. It shall be at the front of the turban. It shall be on Aaron's forehead, and Aaron shall take away the iniquity of the holy things which the sons of Israel consecrate with regard to all their holy gifts, and it shall always be on his forehead, that they may be accepted before the Lord. You shall weave the tunic of checkered work of fine linen, and shall make a turban of fine linen, and you shall make a sash, the work of a weaver. For Aaron's sons you shall make tunics. You shall also make sashes for them, and you shall make caps for them, the glory and for beauty. You shall put them on Aaron your brother and on his sons with him, and you shall anoint them and ordain them and consecrate them, that they may serve me as priests. You shall make for them linen breeches to cover their bare flesh, that they shall reach from the loins even to the thighs. They shall be on Aaron and on his sons when they enter the tent of meeting, or when they approach the altar to minister in the holy place, so that they do not incur guilt and die. It shall be a statute forever to him and to his descendants after him. That's it. All right. Exodus 29. Consecration of the priests. Now this is what you shall do to them to consecrate them to minister as priests to me. Take 1 young bull and 2 rams without blemish, and unleavened bread and unleavened cake mixed with oil, and unleavened wafers spread with oil. You shall make them of fine wheat flour. You shall put them in 1 basket and present them in the basket along with the bull and the 2 rams. Then you shall bring Aaron and his sons to the doorway of the tent and meeting and wash them with water. You shall take the garments and put on Aaron the tunic and the robe of the ephod and the breastpiece, and gird him with the skillfully woven band of the ephod. And you shall set the turban on his head and put the holy crown on the turban. Then you shall take the anointing oil and pour it on his head and anoint him. You shall bring his sons and put tunics on them. You shall gird them with sashes, Aaron and his sons, and bind caps on them, and they shall have the priesthood by a perpetual statute. So you shall ordain Aaron and his sons. The sacrifices, Exodus 29:10. Then you shall bring the bull before the tent of meeting, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands on the head of the bull. You shall slaughter the bull before the Lord at the doorway of the tent of meeting. You shall take some of the blood of the bull and put it on the horns of the altar with your finger, and you shall pour out all the blood at the base of the altar. You shall take all the fat that covers the entrails, and the lobe of the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, and offer them up in smoke on the altar. But the flesh of the bull and its hide and its refuse you shall burn with the fire outside the camp. It is a sin offering. You shall also take the 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands on the head of the ram. And you shall slaughter the ram, and shall take its blood and sprinkle it around on the altar. Then you shall cut the ram into its pieces, and wash its entrails and its legs, and put them with its pieces and its head. You shall offer up in smoke the whole ram on the altar. It is a burnt offering to the Lord. It is a soothing aroma, an offering by fire to the Lord. Then you shall take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands on the head of the ram. You shall slaughter the ram, and take some of its blood, and put it on the lobe of Aaron's right ear, and on the lobes of his sons' right ears, and on the thumbs of their right hands, and on the big toes of their right feet, and sprinkle the rest of the blood around on the altar. Then you shall take some of the blood that is on the altar, and some of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it on Aaron and his garments, and on his sons, and on his sons' garments with him. So he and his garments shall be consecrated, as well as his sons and his sons' garments with him. You shall also take the fat from the ram, and the fat tail, and the fat that covers the entrails, and the lobe of the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, and the right thigh, for it is a ram of ordination, and 1 cake of bread, and 1 cake of bread mixed with oil, and 1 wafer from the basket of unleavened bread, which is set before the Lord. And you shall put all these in the hands of Aaron and in the hands of his sons, and shall wave them as a wave offering before the Lord. You shall take them from their hands and offer them up in smoke on the altar on the burnt offering for a soothing aroma before the Lord. It is an offering by fire to the Lord. Then you shall take the breast of Aaron's ram of ordination and wave it as a wave offering before the Lord, and it shall be your portion. You shall consecrate the breast of the wave offering and the thigh of the heave of offering which was waved, and which was offered from the ram of ordination, from the one which was for Aaron, and from the one which was for his sons. It shall be for Aaron and his sons as their portion forever from the sons of Israel. For it is a heave offering, and it shall be a heave offering from the sons of Israel from the sacrifices of their peace offerings, even their heave offering to the Lord. The holy garments of Aaron shall be for his sons after him, that in them they may be anointed and ordained. For 7 days the one of his sons who is priest in his stead shall put them on when he enters the tent of meeting to minister in the holy place. Exodus 29:31, food of the priests. You shall take the ram of ordination and boil its flesh in a holy place. Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram and the bread that is in the basket at the doorway of the tent of meeting. Thus they shall eat those things by which atonement was made at the ordination and consecration, but a layman shall not eat them, because they are holy. And any of the flesh of ordination or any of the bread remains until morning, then you shall burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. Thus you shall do to Aaron and to his sons according to all that I have commanded you. You shall ordain them through 7 days. Each day you shall offer a bull as a sin offering for atonement, and you shall purify the altar when you make atonement for it, and you shall anoint it to consecrate it. For 7 days you shall make atonement for the altar and consecrate it. Then the altar shall be most holy, and whatever touches the altar shall be holy. Now this is what you shall offer on the altar: 2 one-year-old lambs each day, continuously. Wow. The one lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at twilight. There shall be 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with 1/4 of hin of beaten oil, and 1/4 of hin of wine for the drink offering with one lamb. The other lamb you shall offer at twilight, and shall offer it with the same grain offering and the same drink offering as in the morning, for a soothing aroma, an offering by fire to the Lord. It shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the doorway of the tent of meeting before the Lord, where I will meet with you to speak to you there. I will meet there with the sons of Israel, and it shall be consecrated by my glory. I will consecrate the tent of meeting and the altar. I will also consecrate Aaron and his sons to minister as priests to me. I will dwell among the sons of Israel, and I will be their God. They shall know that I am the Lord their God, who brought them out of the land of Egypt, that I might dwell among them. I am the Lord their God. Exodus 30, the altar of incense. Moreover, you shall make an altar as a place for burning incense. You shall make it of acacia wood. The length shall be a cubit, and its width a cubit. It shall be square, and its height shall be 2 cubits. Its horns shall be of one piece with it. You shall overlay it with pure gold, its top and its sides all around, and its horns, and you shall make a gold molding all around for it. You shall make 2 gold rings for it under its molding. You shall make them on its 2 side walls on opposite sides, and they shall be holders for poles with which to carry it. You shall make the poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold. You shall put this altar in front of the veil that is near the ark of the testimony, in front of the mercy seat that is over the ark of testimony, where I will meet with you. Aaron shall burn fragrant incense on it. He shall burn it every morning when he trims the lamps. When Aaron trims the lamps at twilight, he shall burn incense. There shall be perpetual incense before the Lord throughout your generations. You shall not offer any strange incense on this altar, or burnt offering, or meal offering, and you shall not pour out a drink offering on it. Aaron shall make atonement on its horns once a year. He shall make atonement on it with the blood of the sin offering of atonement once a year throughout your generations. It is most holy to the Lord. The Lord also spoke to Moses, saying, When you take a census of the sons of Israel to number them, then each one of them shall give a ransom for himself to the Lord. when you number them, so that there will be no plague among them when you number them. This is what everyone who is numbered shall give: a half shekel according to the shekel of the sanctuary. The shekel is 20 gerahs, half a shekel as a contribution to the Lord. Everyone who is numbered from 20 years old and over shall give the contribution to the Lord. The rich shall not pay more than the poor shall not pay less than the half shekel when you give the contribution to the Lord to make atonement for yourselves. You shall take the atonement money from the sons of Israel and shall give it to the service of the tent of meeting, that they may be a memorial for the sons of Israel before the Lord to make atonement for yourselves. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, You shall make a layer of bronze with its base of bronze for washing, and you shall put it between the tent of meeting and the altar, and you shall put water in it. Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet from it. When they enter the tent of meeting, they shall wash with water so that they will not die, or when they approach the altar to minister by offering up in smoke a fire sacrifice to the Lord. So they shall wash their hands and their feet so that they will not die, and it shall be a perpetual statute for them, for Aaron and his descendants through their generations. Exodus 30:22, the anointing of oil. Moreover, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take also for yourself the finest of spices of flowing myrrh, 500 shekels, and a fragrant cinnamon half as much, 250, and of fragrant cane 250. And of cassia 500 according to the shekel of the sanctuary, and of olive oil a hin. You shall make of these a holy anointing oil, a perfume mixture, the work of perfumer. It shall be a holy anointing oil. With it you shall anoint the tent of meeting, and the ark of the testimony, and the table and its utensils, and the lampstand and its utensils, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering, and all its utensils, and the laver and its stand. You shall also consecrate them, that they may be most holy. Whatever touches them shall be holy. You shall anoint Aaron and his sons and consecrate them, that they may minister as priests to me. You shall speak to the sons of Israel, saying, This shall be a holy anointing oil to me throughout your generations. It shall not be poured on anyone's body, nor shall you make any like it in the same proportions. It is holy, and it shall be holy to you. Whoever shall mix any like it, or whoever puts any of it on layman, shall be cut off from his people. Exodus 30:34, the incense. Then the Lord said to Moses, Take for yourself spices staked, and onycha, and galbanum, spices with pure frankincense. There shall be an equal part of each. With it you shall make incense, a perfume, the work of a perfumer, salted, pure and holy. You shall beat some of it very fine, and put part of it before the testimony in the tent of meeting, where I will meet with you. It shall be most holy to you. The incense which you shall make, you shall not make in the same proportions for yourselves. It shall be holy to you for the Lord. Whoever shall make any like it to use as perfume shall be cut off from his people. That's it. All right. Exodus 31, the skilled craftsman. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, See, I have called by the name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the side of Judah, tribe of Judah. I have filled him with the Spirit of God in wisdom and understanding and knowledge and in all kinds of craftsmanship, to make artistic designs for work in gold and silver and in bronze, and in the cutting of stones for settings, and in the carving of wood, that he may work in all kinds of craftsmanship. And behold, I myself have appointed him Oholiab, the son of Ahasamach of the tribe of Dan. And in the hearts of all who are skillful I have put the skill, that they may make all that I have commanded you: the tent of meeting, and the ark of testimony, and the mercy seat upon it, and all the furniture of the tent, the table also, and its utensils, and the pure gold lampstand with all its utensils, and the altar of incense, the altar of burnt offering also with all its utensils, and the laver and its stand, the woven garments as well, and the holy garments of Aaron the priest, and the garments of his son, with which to carry on their priesthood, the anointing oil also, and the fragrant incense for the holy place. They are to make them according to all that I have commanded you. Exodus 31:12, the sign of the Sabbath. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, But as for you, speak to the sons of Israel, saying, You shall surely observe my Sabbaths, for this is a sign between me and you throughout the generations, that you may know that I am the Lord who sanctifies you. Therefore, you are to observe the Sabbath, for it is holy to you. Everyone who profanes it shall surely be put to death, for whoever does any work on it, that person shall be cut off from among his people. For 6 days' work may be done, but on the seventh day there is a Sabbath of complete rest, holy to the Lord. Whoever does any work on the Sabbath day shall surely be put to death. So the sons of Israel shall observe the Sabbath, to celebrate the Sabbath throughout their generations as a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the sons of Israel forever. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, but on the seventh day he ceased from labor and was refreshed. When he had finished speaking with him upon Mount Sinai, he gave Moses the 2 tablets of testimony, tablets of stone written by the finger of God. Exodus 32, the golden calf. Now when the people saw that Moses delayed to come down from the mountain, the people assembled about Aaron and said to him, Come, make us a god who will go before us. As for this Moses, the man who brought us up from the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him. Aaron said to him, Tear off the gold rings which are in the ears of your wives, your sons and your daughters, and bring them to me. Then all the people tore off the gold rings which were in their ears and brought them to Aaron. And Aaron took this from their hand and fashioned it with a graving tool and made it into a molten calf. And they said, This is your God, O Israel, who brought you up from the land of Egypt. Now when Aaron saw this, he built an altar before it, and Aaron made a proclamation and said, Tomorrow shall be a feast to the Lord. So the next day they rose early and offered burnt offerings and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat, to drink, and rose up to play. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, Go down at once, for your people, whom you brought up from the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. They have quickly turned aside from the way which I had commanded them. They have made for themselves a molten calf and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed to it and said, This is your God, O Israel, who brought you up from the land of Egypt. The Lord said to Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, they are obstinate people. Now then, let me alone, that my anger may burn against them, and that I may destroy them, and I may make of you a great nation. Exodus 32:11, Moses' entry. Then Moses entreated the Lord his God and said, O Lord, why does your anger burn against your people whom you have brought out of the land of Egypt with great power and with mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians speak, saying, With evil intent he brought them out to kill them in the mountains and to destroy them from the face of the earth? Turn from your burning anger and change your mind about doing harm to your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants to whom you swore yourself, and said to them, I will multiply your descendants as the stars of the heavens, and all this land of which I have spoken I will give to your descendants, and they shall inherit it forever. So the Lord changed his mind about the harm which he would do to his people. Then Moses turned and went down from the mountain with the 2 tablets of the testimony in his hand, tablets which were written on both sides. They were written on one side and the other. The tablets were God's work, and the writing was God's writing engraved on the tablets. Now then, Joshua heard the sound of the people as they shouted. He said, Moses, there is a sound of war in the camp. But he said, It is not the sound of the cry of triumph, nor is it the sound of the cry of defeat, but the sound of singing I hear. Moses' anger. This is Exodus 32:19. It came about as soon as Moses came near the camp that he saw the calf and the dancing, and Moses' anger burned, and he threw the tablets from his hands and shattered them at the foot of the mountain. He took the calf which they had made and burned it with fire, and ground it into powder, and scattered it over the surface of the water, and made the sons of Israel drink it. Then Moses said to Aaron, What did this people do to you, that you have brought such great sin upon them? Aaron said, Do not let the anger of my Lord burn. You know the people yourself, that they are prone to evil. For they said to me, Make a god for us who will go before us. For this Moses, the man who brought us from the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him. I said to them, Whoever has any gold, let them tear it off. So they gave it to me, and I threw it into the fire, and out came this calf. Now when Moses saw that the people were out of control, for Aaron had let them get out of control to be a derision among their enemies, then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, Whoever is for the Lord, come to me. And all the sons of Levi gathered together to him. And he said to them, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, every man of you put his sword upon his thigh and go back and forth from gate to gate in the camp and kill every man his brother, every man his friend, and every man his neighbor. So the sons of Levi did as Moses instructed, and about 3,000 men of the people fell that day. Then Moses said, Dedicate yourselves today to the Lord, for every man has been against his son and against his brother, in order that he may bestow a blessing upon you today. On the next day Moses said to the people, You yourselves have committed a great sin, and now I'm going up to the Lord. Perhaps I can make atonement for your sin. Then Moses returned to the Lord and said, Alas, this people has committed a great sin, and they had made a god of gold for themselves. But now, if you will, forgive their sin, and if not, please blot me out of your book with which you have written. The Lord said to Moses, Whoever has sinned against me, I will blot him out of my book. But go now, lead the people where I told you. Behold, my angel shall go before you. Nevertheless, in the day when I punish, I will punish them for their sin. The Lord smote the people because of what they did with the calf which Aaron had made. That's it. All right. Exodus 33. The journey resumed. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, Depart, go up from here, you and the people whom you have brought up from the land of Egypt to the land of which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, To your descendants I will give it. I will send an angel before you, and I will drive them out, the Canaanite, the Amorite, the Hittite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite. Go up to the land flowing with milk and honey, for I will not go up in your midst, because you are an obstinate people, and I might destroy you on the way. When the people heard this sad word, they went into mourning, and none of them put on his ornaments. For the Lord had said to Moses, Say to the sons of Israel, you are an obstinate people. Should I go up in your midst for one moment, I would destroy you. Now, therefore, put off your ornaments from you, that I may know what I shall do with you. So the sons of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments from Mount Horeb onward. Now Moses used to take the tent and pitch it outside the camp, a good distance from the camp, and he called it the tent of meeting. And everyone who sought the Lord would go out to the tent of meeting, which was outside the camp. And it came about, whenever Moses went out to the tent, that all the people would arise and stand, each at the entrance of his tent, and gaze after Moses until he entered the tent. Whenever Moses entered the tent, the pillar of cloud would descend and stand at the entrance of the tent, and the Lord would speak with Moses. When all the people saw the pillar of cloud standing at the entrance of the tent, all the people would arise and worship, each at the entrance of his tent. Thus the Lord used to speak to Moses face to face, just as a man speaks to his friend. When Moses returned to the camp, his servant Joshua, the son of Nun, a young man, would not depart from the tent. Exodus 33:12. Moses intercedes. Then Moses said to the Lord, see, you say to me, bring up this people, but you yourself have not let me know whom you will send with me. Moreover, you have said, I have known you by name, and you have also found favor in my sight. Now therefore, I pray you, if I have found favor in your sight, let me know your ways, that I may know you, so that I may find favor in your sight. Consider too that this nation is your people. And he said, my presence shall go with you, and I will give you rest. Then he said to him, if your presence does not go with us, do not lead us up from here. For how then can it be known that I have found favor in your sight, I and your people? Is it not by your going with us, so that I and your people may be distinguished from all other people who are upon the face of the earth? The Lord says to Moses, I will also do this thing of which you have spoken, for you have found favor in my sight, and I have known you by name. Then Moses said, I pray you, show me your glory. And he said, I myself will make all my goodness pass before you, and will proclaim the name of the Lord before you. And I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show compassion on whom I will show compassion. But he said, you cannot see my face, for no man can see me and live. Then the Lord said, behold, there is a place by me, and you shall stand there on the rock. And it will come about, while my glory is passing by, that I will put you in the cleft of the rock, and cover you with my hand until I have passed by. Then I will take my hand away, and you shall see my back, but my face shall not be seen. That's it.